My name is Marianne Newman, and I am the director of the Sant Jordi Nyc Book Festival and the director of the Farragut Fund for Catalan Culture in the United States. And I'm here to welcome you to the second annual online Sant Jordi Nyc Book Festival. The Farragut Fund and the Catalan Institute of America began to organize Sant Jordi book festivals in New York in 2014, and they were based in lit crawls and readings in bookstores in many New York neighborhoods. In 2020, when we were planning to do lit crawls in 5 neighborhoods in New York, we were shut down by the pandemic, which turned out to be an extraordinary opportunity because we embraced in all of our the translating community in New York, and we were able to reach viewers in 56 countries, and we offered events in 24 languages, and we had about 7,000 visits. It was an extraordinary experience. So in 2021, we've embraced the format, and thanks to virtuality and devoting Sant Jordi to works in English translation, we're able to work with people and reach viewers from all over the world. This year, we will present the marvelous potpourri of languages and literatures that we offered last year. And we will also enjoy a few more structured elements. A focus on publishers with Archipelago Books based in Brooklyn, Funda Stampa Press out of Vilafranca del Penedès, and Open Letter Books in Rochester, New York. Crowning these publishers' corners, there will be a tricontinental roundtable curated by Nancy Naomi Carlson, with Naveen Kishore of Calcutta, Laura Huerga of Barcelona, and Chad Post of Rochester. There'll also be a special focus on Brazil, curated by Amanda Sarasian, and another on Korea, curated by Anton Hoor. Finally, on Saturday morning, we will present, under the curation of the Catalan Institute of America, a series of events devoted mostly to children, though not entirely. And we are thrilled to start a collaboration with the Medieval Association of the Legend of Sant Jordi in Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc is the town where local legend would have it. St. George actually killed the dragon. So they will be participating with a cantata, and then La Minúscula children's storytelling troupe from Girona will tell us another version of the Sant Jordi tale. Luis Savera will tell us, with her new picture book, will give us an introduction to museums for kids and parents. And then we will play an interactive game with the director of the Diaa Festival of Barcelona, Oriol Comas. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail about the Med Diet because that was a collaboration among Diplocat with the curation of Jaume Biernes. There's a I'll tell you. At 12 p.m. New York time, we'll set the table with a series of appetizers, brief videos in which a great Catalan chef will explain a basic aspect of the Mediterranean diet. Our hosts are Diplocat and the producers Visual 13. This will be followed by a main course, a longer discussion of an important recent translated text on Mediterranean food, curated by Rosie Song, including, among others, a 15th century Egyptian cookbook and the recent translation of Salt Water by Giuseppe Pla, translated by Peter Bush. And finally, everyone's favorite course, dessert, at the invitation of Pen Català, a series of brief texts on food by Catalan authors from Eiximenis and Martorell to Maria Mercè Marçal and Vicent Estelles will be read by Carlota Subirós and Isaías Fanlo, theatrical directors from Barcelona. Following the meal, we will embark on a whirlwind tour of world literature. And now I'd like to introduce you to the absolutely, there's a word in Catalan I can't say, and there's no way to say it in English, imprescindible. We cannot do without Laia, Cabrera, and co, who are my collaborators, at least since 2017 and maybe even before. The Sant Jordi NYC Book Festival might have been just a bunch of talking heads discussing literature on Zoom if it weren't for the marvelous artistic collaboration of Laia, Cabrera and co, whose art and curation turn it into a true online festival. So I would like to introduce Laia Cabrera and Isabelle Duverger, the marvelous artists between Laia, Cabrera and co, and ask them to tell us about their vision for Sant Jordi NYC.
Hello, Marianne.
Hello, Laia. Hello, Isabelle.
Pleasure to be part of this new wonderful edition. We, as a note, and we can bring to the table, we designed the web with an artistic approach, inviting audiences to interact and navigate this new world with illustrated vignettes. This year we were inspired by the idea of the Catalanauca, which is a kind of a cartoon that is a general story in pictures. And what we're bringing is that each of the outcome through all these illustrations, we're inviting you to enter and visit all the portals, the different themes and topics that the festival offers. Here behind Marianne, we have the logo of Sant Jordi, which is also a collaboration. It was designed by Xavier with illustrations by Isabelle Duverger. And behind we have this, the inspiration for this year, which is this beautiful kind of imaginary fictional cityscape of Barcelona embracing New York or New York embracing Barcelona, and of this beautiful, amazing or fictional city that probably we all dream, and we kind of merge, all these iconic elements, which is a kind of framing the outcome, the different narratives that the portal offers you. All the illustrations are created by Duverger from the Mercat de la Boqueria, unfolding from the Mediterranean diet table at a landing page to an augmented reality game designed by Anil Sabrina Massot, where we're bringing the key elements of the Sant Jordi legend, the dragon, the boobs, and the roses, or at least the tradition that we're bringing here, which you can play in your real environment and you can bring it home directly from the web, to a musical concert section curated by Gisela Fulla Silvestre, which is wonderful. I invite you to visit through the main page, as well as video mapping. That also it's a hidden gem that if you keep navigating the place, the landing page, you're gonna discover more things that are hidden there. And finally, we have a 5 days, as Marianne was mentioning, multicultural, interdisciplinary, and international content, organized and programmed by a long collaborator, Ignacio Garcia Bustelo, from us and from the festival, who is driving the wheel behind all this, reach and I don't know, and we are thrilled and pleased that you're gonna like it.
Yeah.
With that said,
well, I invite you to discover and try to find. There's some little hidden gems throughout the website, so I invite you to actually explore and discover everything that we've prepared with Marianne and Laia and our dear collaborator that Laia mentioned just before. And since we're about to get started, I'm gonna pass it back to Marianne.
Well, I wanted to say that Isabelle told me that she had planted Easter eggs in the images. So, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you a sneak preview of one of them right now when we talk about our partners and supporters. We didn't want to go on too long, and we probably have gone on too long, but so you will have much more detail on the mission statement, and please refer to the blog and to follow us on social media, because we'll be telling you about what's coming up every day. So we are grateful to Diplocat, Pen Català, Òmnium Cultural, the Football Club Barcelona, and this is where I'm going to tell you, look under the table in the Mediterranean diet, you will see a Football Club Barcelona ball. And if you click on that, it will take you where the logical place. The Institut Ramon Llull, and then our commercial partners to whom we're very, very grateful, Alzina, Aneto, and the Catalan Institute of America, who are our brothers and sisters in crime in New York. So I look forward to seeing you all throughout the week, and welcome to Sant Jordi NYC 2021.
Today, I'm going to...
Hello, my name is Marianne Newman, and I am the director of the Sant Jordi Nyc Book Festival and the director of the Farragut Fund for Catalan Culture in the United States. And I'm here to welcome you to the second annual online Sant Jordi Nyc Book Festival. The Farragut Fund and the Catalan Institute of America began to organize Sant Jordi book festivals in New York in 2014, and they were based in lit crawls and readings in bookstores in many New York neighborhoods. In 2020, when we were planning to do lit crawls in 5 neighborhoods in New York, we were shut down by the pandemic, which turned out to be an extraordinary opportunity because we embraced in all of our the translating community in New York, and we were able to reach viewers in 56 countries, and we offered events in 24 languages, and we had about 7,000 visits. It was an extraordinary experience. So in 2021, we've embraced the format. And thanks to virtuality and devoting Sant Jordi to works in English translation, we're able to work with people and reach viewers from all over the world. This year, we will present the marvelous potpourri of languages and literatures that we offered last year. And we will also enjoy a few more structured elements. A focus on publishers with Archipelago Books based in Brooklyn, Funda Stampa Press out of Vilafranca del Penedès, and Open Letter Books in Rochester, New York. Crowning these publishers' corners, there will be a tricontinental roundtable curated by Nancy Naomi Carlson with Naveen Kishore of Calcutta, Laura Huerga of Barcelona, and Chad Post of Rochester. There'll also be a special focus on Brazil, curated by Amanda Sarasian, and another on Korea, curated by Anton Hoor. Finally, on Saturday morning, we will present, under the curation of the Catalan Institute of America, a series of events devoted mostly to children, though not entirely. And we are thrilled to start a collaboration with the Medieval Association of the Legend of Sant Jordi in Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc is the town where local legend would have it, St. George actually killed the dragon. So they will be participating with a cantata, and then La Minúscula children's storytelling troupe from Girona will tell us another version of the Sant Jordi tale. Louise Savera will tell us, with her new picture book, will give us an introduction to museums for kids and parents. And then we will play an interactive game with the director of the Diaa Festival of Barcelona, Oriol Comas. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail about the Med Diet because that was a collaboration among Diplocat, with the curation of Jaume Biernes. There's a I'll tell you. At 12 p.m. New York time, we'll set the table with a series of appetizers, brief videos in which a great Catalan chef will explain a basic aspect of the Mediterranean diet. Our hosts are Diplocat and the producers Visual 13. This will be followed by a main course, a longer discussion of an important recent translated text on Mediterranean food, curated by Rosie Song, including, among others, a 15th century Egyptian cookbook and the recent translation of Salt Water by Giuseppe Pla, translated by Peter Bush. And finally, everyone's favorite course, dessert, at the invitation of Pen Català, a series of brief texts on food by Catalan authors from Eiximenis and Martorell to Maria Mercè Marçal and Vicent Estelles will be read by Carlota Subirós and Isaías Fanlo, theatrical directors from Barcelona. Following the meal, we will embark on a whirlwind tour of world literature. And now I'd like to introduce you to the absolutely, there's a word in Catalan I can't say, and there's no way to say it in English, imprescindible. We cannot do without Laia, Cabrera, and co, who are my collaborators, at least since 2017 and maybe even before. The Sant Jordi NYC Book Festival might have been just a bunch of talking heads discussing literature on Zoom if it weren't for the marvelous artistic collaboration of Laia, Cabrera and co, whose art and curation turn it into a true online festival. So I would like to introduce Laia Cabrera and Isabelle Duverger, the marvelous artists between Laia, Cabrera and co, and ask them to tell us about their vision for Sant Jordi NYC.
Hello, Marianne.
Hello, Laia. Hello, Isabelle.
Pleasure to be part of this new wonderful edition. We, as a note, and we can bring to the table, we designed the web with an artistic approach, inviting audiences to interact and navigate this new world with illustrated vignettes. This year we were inspired by the idea of the Catalanauca, which is a kind of a cartoon that is a general story in pictures. And what we're bringing is that each of the outcome through all these illustrations, we're inviting you to enter and visit all the portals, the different themes and topics that the festival offers. Here behind Marianne, we have the logo of Sant Jordi, which is also a collaboration. It was designed by Xavier with illustrations by Isabelle Duverger. And behind we have this, the inspiration for this year, which is this beautiful kind of imaginary fictional cityscape of Barcelona embracing New York or New York embracing Barcelona, and of this beautiful, amazing or fictional city that probably we all dream, and we kind of merge, all these iconic elements, which is a kind of framing the outcome, the different narratives that the portal offers you. All the illustrations are created by Duverger from the Mercat de la Boqueria, unfolding from the Mediterranean diet table at a landing page to an augmented reality game designed by an old Sabrina Massot, where we're bringing the key elements of the Sant Jordi legend, the dragon, the boobs and the roses, or at least the tradition that we're bringing here, which you can play in your real environment and you can bring it home directly from the web, to a musical concert section curated by Gisela Fulla Silvestre, which is wonderful. I invite you to visit through the main page, as well as video mapping. That also it's a hidden gem that if you keep navigating the place, the landing page, you're gonna discover more things that are hidden there. And finally, we have a 5 days, as Marianne was mentioning, multicultural, interdisciplinary, and international content, organized and programmed by a long collaborator, Ignacio Garcia Bustelo, from us and from the festival, who is driving the wheel behind all this, reach and I don't know, and we're thrilled and pleased that you're gonna like it.
Yeah.
With that said,
well, I invite you to discover and try to find there's some little hidden gems throughout the website. So I invite you to actually explore and discover everything that we've prepared with Marianne and Laia and our dear collaborator that Laia mentioned just before. And since we're about to get started, I'm gonna pass it back to Marianne.
Well, I wanted to say that Isabelle told me that she had planted Easter eggs in the images. So, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you a sneak preview of one of them right now when we talk about our partners and supporters. We didn't want to go on too long, and we probably have gone on too long, but so you will have much more detail on the mission statement, and please refer to the blog and to follow us on social media, because we'll be telling you about what's coming up every day. So we are grateful to Diplocat, Pen Català, Òmnium Cultural, the Football Club Barcelona, and this is where I'm going to tell you, look under the table in the Mediterranean diet, you will see a Football Club Barcelona ball. And if you click on that, it will take you where the logical place. The Institut Ramon Llull, and then our commercial partners to whom we're very, very grateful, Alzina, Aneto, and the Catalan Institute of America, who are our brothers and sisters in crime in New York. So I look forward to seeing you all throughout the week, and welcome to Sant Jordi NYC 2021.
Today, I'm going to give you some tips how to buy in a traditional market. Welcome to La Boqueria. And don't forget the mask. The two important things you need are a basket and then the list. You have to prepare at home a list when you're not too hungry, to be very realistic and to know what you really need. It is very important to take a look in the different stalls and to realize what do you really need, check the prices, the quality of the products. Muchas gracias. I also recommend to support the local producers and to choose seasonal products. The strawberries, asparagus, peas, all kinds of tomato. And the artichokes. Hola, em posaries fresons? Moltes gràcies. Seguirem venint. Hola.
Hola, bon dia.
The stall holders are the specialists of the products. They can really help you in how to cook, how to cut everything. And then you create a relation with them and they finally know exactly what you really like. Em posaries unes tallarines, per favor?
Molt bé.
Posa'm també 4 galeres, que faré un caldito. Vinga, doncs ja ho tinc.
Ja ho tenim?
Doncs vinga, moltes gràcies, While I check my list, I take a break and I order a capipota, please. It's an excellent tapa here in La Boqueria. Bon dia.
Bon dia, carinyo.
Com esteu? When you buy fish, it's really important to make sure that it's fresh. The gills have to be really red, the eyes shiny. Mira, una bruixeta.
Una bruixeta. Què te la faig, fred?
Sí. Ens veiem
Bon fi de
aviat.
setmana.
Adéu, bonica. La carn em falta. I'm gonna buy some ground fresh meat that I can use to make lasagna, cannelloni, a lot of things. Em poses una mica de carn per picar-la? This meat is really fresh. You can buy the charcuterie fresh or vacuum sealed. Posa'm una mica de llonganissa d'aquesta d'Organyà. I'm gonna ask them to vacuum seal to keep it for longer. Gràcies. Something really typical to buy in the markets of Catalonia is the legumes already cooked. Beans, garbanzos, lentils. They're delicious. Gracias. Adeu. Almost done. Just missing the bread and the cod. Salted cod is one of the most popular fish in Catalonia. You can buy it salted, different pieces of the cod, or already soaked in water for 5 days. It depends on how thick it is. Sí, 2 penques posa'm. The most typical is bacallà a la llauna, but you can also make it with tomato, capers, olives, whatever you want. Muchas gracias. I think I have everything I need. Vegetables, fruit, fish, meat. Here in the market, we can buy everything we need, always supporting the local producers and the best quality. M'ha agradat molt sempre llegir Josep Pla i Contraband sempre el recordo com un llibre de joventut que em va emocionar.
Xavier, l'aventura de recórrer els bars i restaurants dels 40 mercats de Barcelona ha estat sorprenent, oi?
Home, en primer lloc, comprovar que continua havent-hi 40 mercats en activitat, la majoria d'ells renovats, al llarg de tots els barris de Barcelona. Aquesta xarxa, moltes altres capitals l'han perduda i aquí s'ha renovat. I cadascun d'aquests 40 mercats té un o més d'un bars en els quals es pot menjar els plats preparats al moment.
Sí, jo recordo que, per lo que he llegit, perquè no hi era en aquella època, que va ser un alcalde molt visionari, que es deia Rius i Taulet, que va començar, va idear que els mercats que estaven, com a la majoria de ciutats europees, a les places, a l'aire lliure, doncs es fessin mercats coberts i a part, com que va enganxar l'època del modernisme, doncs els van fer construir amb ferro i vidre i són mercats realment eren mercats que van marcar una època. Era un moment especial i una mica la tradició es va convertir en modernitat quan un altre alcalde visionari, en Pasqual Maragall, que l'alcalde dels Jocs Olímpics del 92, doncs va considerar que eren uns mercats els que hi havien, que havien quedat una mica obsolets, tant per l'estructura com per la seva funcionalitat, i va considerar que s'havien de potenciar per adaptar-los als usos de la nova situació social. I aleshores es van reconstruir alguns i es van adaptar a la nova situació.
Esclar, però aquesta gran renovació dels mercats, tot conservant l'edifici històric, no hauria estat possible fora d'aquell gran moment d'empenta que van ser els primers ajuntaments democràtics a partir de l'any 79, després de la dictadura de Franco. O sigui, en aquell gran moment de renovació, els mercats també se'n van beneficiar, entre moltes altres coses de les ciutats. Avui en dia tenim aquesta xarxa de 40 mercats, la majoria renovats en el mateix edifici històric, rehabilitat en condicions modernes i amb noves instal·lacions, i sobretot a dintre d'aquests mercats tenim aquests petits bars en els quals la senzillesa, perquè no disposen de grans instal·lacions ni de grans pressupostos, però la senzillesa pot arribar a la culminació de l'art de la cuina.
I què destacaries d'aquest art de la cuina que hem trobat als mercats, tu?
En primer lloc, el producte fresc. El producte no només de proximitat, sinó més que proximitat, d'immediatesa. A més, aquests mercats, curiosament, a part dels plats que ells proposen, també accepten de cuinar-te, si és una cosa senzilla, la planxa o bé la paella, qualsevol cosa del mercat, ja sigui peix, ja sigui carn, que et faci gràcia, la compres a la parada, la portes al bar i ells t'ho preparen al moment.
Doncs esperem que això us convidem a tastar aquestes cuines amagades als mercats de Barcelona.
Hello, I am Xavier Febrés.
Hello, I am Àngela Vinent. Our book, Cuines amagades, Hidden Kitchens or Secret Kitchens, depends the translations, is a route across the 40 markets of Barcelona. Juanito, this is Juanito, is a owner of the Pinocho's Bar. Pinocho's Bar is the center of the world in Barcelona, in the Boqueria market. What do you think, Xavier, about Juanito? Could you read a little part of the book, of this book?
Què us poso, carinyos? L'expressió carinyo no falla mai en boca del Juanito del bar Pinocho. Tampoc fallen mai els xipirons amb mongetes a Santa Pau que ens mengem fent els honors corresponents a aquest plat que ja s'ha convertit en un clàssic de la barra del Juanito. Tant com el mateix personatge, els xipirons fresquíssims i sense ni un granet de sorra ens els salten amb ofici a la minúscula cuina mentre en Juanito es dedica a xerrar amb la clientela. La potència de la seva veu traspassa parades i arriba a les nostres oïdes només d'entrar al mercat.
El Juanito va complir 86 anys fa poc i continua ferm i somrient al peu del canó, controlant fins al petit detall de tot allò que allà succeeix. Clients habituals de tota la vida, passavolants i turistes. Els turistes segueixen les recomanacions d'alguna guia i es disputen la barra. A la Boqueria hi ha tanta oferta de restauració que una majoria de turistes, despistats, podria acabar seient al primer lloc on troba espai lliure. I és que els 20 tamborets de la barra del Pinocho acostumen a estar a vessar a tota hora.
En Juanito és un improvisador nat, fisonomista neuràlgic, savi de la cultura del treball, catedràtic en Relacions Públiques i Picardia, actor, jocós i vitalista, políglot del llenguatge dels gestos, model de passarel·la d'armilles i corbatins, excorredor de maratons, 18 vegades a Barcelona i una a Nova York, orgullós portador de la flama olímpica a la Rambla l'any 1992, ramblista d'honor el 1999 i Premi Ciutat de Barcelona de Gastronomia el 2016.
El Juanito, aquí el tenim, obre el seu bar a les 6 del matí, quan les campanes de l'església del Pi, que està allà al costat, toquen. I encara acull els últims noctàmbuls que arrosseguen un buit a l'estómac. Entre el soroll de les persianes que s'enfilen, la cafetera comença a treure fum i els fogons de la cuina a espetegar.
Hi, Marianne. So we just heard Àngela, Vinent, and Xavier Febrés read from Cuines Amagades. And I think that you have translated some of these books. So let's hear this text that we just heard. And also, you also have a personal connection to the market that is described in this text, correct?
Right. Well, we didn't just hear Àngela, we also saw Amanda Laporte take us shopping in the Boqueria. And my story has to do with La Boqueria because in 1977, I lived on the Rambla dels Estudis. So my local market was one of the best markets in the world, La Boqueria.
Right.
And I would go there, I was learning Catalan on the street, and I would go in there and practice on the fishmongers, on the ladies selling the fish and the cheese and the whole thing. I got away with it usually.
Yeah, actually, my first, I've learned Catalan through books for many years, but actually my first time actually engaging in Catalan was also through the markets. My market was not as nice as yours. I used to have an apartment right in front of the Mercat del Ninot, which now it has been remodeled and is really fancy. But when I lived right across it, it wasn't. But I was told that you should go and ask the ladies that have either the vegetable stand or the fishmongers and so on. Just talk to them and ask them for the recipes. And that's how I started cooking and learning about Catalan food. So the relationship that you develop, right, with the people at the market is really part of that life in Barcelona. So always nice to think about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so what are you going to read us?
Well, I'm going to read Àngela and Xavier, as they said, went through all of the 40 markets. They went to the bars, the hidden kitchens or secret kitchens that in each of the markets, the 40 markets in Barcelona. But I am going to read the one about the Boqueria, and particularly about the Pinocho bar and its wonderful, it's the soul and the heart and soul of the bar, who is Juanito.
Yes.
So
let's hear.
Okay. Boqueria. In each of these explanations of the market, they name one dish as the kind of the specialty of the market. So in the Boqueria, it's baby squid with Santa Pau white beans, Pinocho bar. What can I do for you, cariños? You can also always count on Juanito of the Bar Pinocho to call you sweetheart, cariño. And you can also always count on finding baby squid with Santa Pau white beans, which we do the honors of wolfing down as befits one of the bar's classic dishes. Just as Juanito is a classic. They skillfully saute the baby squid, fresh from the sea and without a single trace of grit, in the minuscule kitchen, while Juanito busies himself chatting with the clientele. The potency of his voice carries across several stands and reaches our ears the minute we walk into the market. When Juanito celebrated his 85th birthday in 2019, he was still there, steadfast, smiling, and undaunted, on top of even the smallest detail of everything that went on. Lifelong clients, passers-by, and tourists following the recommendations of guidebooks wrangle over a place at the bar. In the Boqueria market, there is such a rich array of restaurants that unwary tourists may end up sitting at the first empty seat they find. And the 20 stools at Pinocho's are usually overflowing at any time of day. Juanito and his bar are a world-renowned institution. One of Salvador Dali's most often repeated boutades went something like this. The center of the world is the train station at Perpignan. Jordi Estelles, a local journalist, amended it for Juanito. Dali was wrong. The center of the world is clearly the 7 square meters of the counter at Pinocho. Joan Bayen Perez, born in Barcelona, is the son of an Aragonese construction worker and an Andalusian cook. From the age of 7, he would help his mother out right there in the Boqueria at the kiosk bar she oversaw. When he got out of the army, he took it over with his sister Maria. She worked the burners, he manned the counter. The bar has moved several times. Currently standing to the right of the entrance from the Rambla, this is Pinocho's 4th location, dating from the year 2000. The name Pinocchio, originally came from a popular dog that lived there when they were starting out. There were seasons when they opened at 4 in the morning. Now they open when the bells of the Iglesia del Pi strike 6, and they still welcome the late night crawlers who roll in with an empty stomach. The metal shutters clang as they are pulled open while the coffee pot starts to bubble and the burners to sizzle. Juanito is a born improviser with a keen photographic memory. He is a sage in the culture of work, a master in public relations and the naughty comet, a jocular and vital showman, a polyglot of gestural language, a runway model of vests and bow ties, and an ex-marathoner, 18 times in Barcelona and once in New York. The proud bearer of the Olympic torch down the length of the Rambla in 1992 and the honorary Ramblist of 1999, and the winner of the Barcelona City Award for Gastronomy in 2016. Yeah. He caught the custom of the bow tie from another Boqueria character, Ramon Cabau, a legendary habitué of the market, where he himself would do the shopping for his restaurant, Agut d'Avignon, always decked out in a Tyrolean hat in the winter and a straw hat in the summer. When Cabau shuttered his restaurant in 1984 at the height of its success, he continued to frequent La Boqueria in his new role as supplier of the harvest of his orchard in Canet de Mar. For the same inexplicable personal reasons that had caused him to close the restaurant, he committed suicide with a cyanide capsule inside the market on March 31st, 1987. The day of his interment, the funeral cortege made a symbolic stop at the entrance to the market, and Juanito was not the only one to shed heartfelt tears. It was Juanito's nephew, Albert Assin Bayen, his sister Maria's son, who refurbished the kitchen and became the true precursor of bar cuisine. The baby squid and Santa Pau white beans, or the sauteed chickpeas with butifarró, blood sausage, still bear his seal. Albert died at 50 the same day on which Chef Santi Santa Maria was buried. He was relieved at the stove by his brother Jordi, the force behind the introduction of seafood and shellfish, including grilled lobster, into the offerings of the house, yet never abandoning their grandmother's capipota, literally head and foot, a Catalan stew made from the cheaper cuts of pork or beef, or the perennial trinchat, a potato, cabbage, and salt pork hash. He directs the kitchen team, seconded by his wife Maria Jose and his son Didak, the next generation. Other bar restaurants have flourished in the shelter of the lateral arcades or in between food stands in Boqueria Market. Keem started out in 1987 with 3 meters of counter space and 5 stools in mid-market. Now he oversees 16 meters of counter space and 24 much sought after stools. More can be added, with the kitchen in the hands of chef Kim Marquez and his son Yuri. The fried eggs with baby squid or changuette, whitebait, or llengueta, gobi, the oxtail risotto, and the fried artichokes are the stuff of legend. In addition to Pinocho, the brothers Alfonso and Bena Dominguez opened the Kiosque Universal in 1973. At that stage, they were not by any stretch, quote, the largest fish grill in Barcelona, Unclose quote, as they have since come to be known. And we must also add the Bar Central, the Kiosque Modern, Siemens, and the restaurant La Garduña in the restored rear plaza of the market. And so many other places devoted to the tourist trade, not to mention the 1,001 paper cones full of fried fish or Iberian ham and other products on display in fish markets and charcuteries, or shellfish stands with oysters to be tasted on site at a reasonable price. The urban legend that holds that Barcelonans no longer walk down the Rambla to get to the Boqueria is just that, an urban legend. The Boqueria is still one of the best and most interested spaces in the city to buy fresh, high-quality food, and two of its bars, the Pinocho and the Kim, belong on the gold medal podium of market cuisine. I'm hungry. Are you hungry?
I know. I'm just, remembering, the times that you are lucky enough to actually snatch a bar stool or, find that little space on the bar to, get a dish. And I was also,
I've never snagged a stool at Pinocho. I'm hoping this is the whole purpose for doing this. I'm hoping Juanita will invite me to eat.
Yeah, that would be great. Actually, the only time that I managed was actually when I was in Barcelona in a sort of off tourist season, which is around December, which, when there are not that many tourists.
Right.
And right between, breakfast and sort of starting of the lunch time. And we were lucky enough to quickly snatch a stool. But
the second is Morza.
Yeah, exactly. But also
the mid-morning is Morza.
Mid-morning, exactly. But I also wanted to bring up the fact that, it is true that, as you said in the text, that this idea that the Boqueria is only a tourist stop is actually not true, because even though you have these stalls, right, displayed for tourists, in the back, they're actually local shopping, and especially chefs. And they still talk about doing that early run to buy products and actually do what they call the esmorzar de forqueta, right? The fork breakfast, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
They will actually have a very hearty breakfast, right? Because they have actually they've already worked early enough, right, to do their shopping.
Right.
And they're about to enter the kitchens, so they have to eat something actually is,
and they
natural. Yeah.
So no, it's true. And there's absolutely nothing in the world like the fish market at Boqueria.
Yeah,
it's just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky enough to actually do a run around the fishmongers with a chef that used to teach cooking classes there, and also used to work in a restaurant near the market.
Who was that, Rosie? Who was it?
He was I'm not remembering his name.
Sorry.
But
remember you took your class, no? You took a class?
We took the class. And actually in the book A Taste of Barcelona, we actually name him, and also we talked about Pinocho, and yes, that's the book. And also the story of Ramon Cabau. I was very glad to hear that story in your text, which is quite a remarkable story about this man that really played a very important role in transforming the gastronomic landscape of the city of Barcelona in the late 60s.
Absolutely. The Agut d'Avignon was an extraordinary restaurant. Yeah. I feel really fortunate to have known it.
All right.
Well,
so
Rosie,
thank you so much for that text.
Thank you. Thank Àngela and Xavier for actually making this route through all of the 40 markets, which you and I will have to start following.
Yes, absolutely. And let's hope for that stool at Bar Pinocho soon.
Yes, let's hope. Sooner than later, yes.
All right. See you soon.
Bye.
there's nothing I like as much as garlanding roast peppers with virgin olive oil. Then I sing happily, I talk to the oil, to the fruits of the earth. I love roast peppers, not to roast it, that ruins them, but with the inside easy to get at when you lift off the burned skin. I spread them on the plate in an exciting sequence and garland them with oil and a pinch of salt, and I dunk lots of bread, as the poor people do, in the oil mixed with salt and flavored by the roast peppers. Then I pick up a bit of pepper and a bit of bread between my thumb and my index finger. I raise them avidly, Eucharistically. I stare at them in the air. Sometimes I reach a point of ecstasy, of orgasm. I close my eyes and gulp down the motherfucker.
Στη συνέχεια θα σας πούμε ένα κομμάτι δικό μου με στίχους από ποίημα της Kojiju. Η Kojiju ήταν μια βουδίστα που έμενε στην Ιαπωνία το 10ο αιώνα. Merely to know the flawless moon dwells pure and clear inside the human heart is finding that the darkness in the night will vanish underneath the clearing skies.
Hello, I'm Juli Zeh and I'm here to explain why I wrote my novel New Year. It's not that easy for me to explain because mostly when I start to write a novel, I don't really know why. It doesn't even feel like it's me writing the story. It rather feels like the story somehow is writing me and all I have to do is to let it happen. Which is more difficult than it sounds because I never know where it takes me and there might be one part of me who does not want those things to come into the world. Even a nice story, a happy story can turn into a nightmare within seconds and then my imagination starts to produce things which I myself find hard to stand. And that was definitely the case with New Year. writing this story was like watching a horror movie. I kept seeing my own children in it, who, as I was writing, were at the exact same age as the children in the book, and those children in the story are struggling to survive, all left alone, all abandoned by their parents. And sometimes I was literally crying with the notebook on my knees. And of course, New Year is not only a story about the helplessness of little children, it's also about the fact that human life in general is like a dance on thin ice, and facing this fact can be like facing a demon. Maybe every one of us has to face this demon at some stage of her or his life, and to me, facing the demon was writing New Year. Never before has one of my texts grabbed me this way, telling me to sit down and write it as fast as I could. And that's what I did.
Hello, my name is Alta L Price. I translate from German and Italian into English, and I'm thrilled to be bringing German author Juli Zeh to Sant Jordi Nyc with her novel Neujahr, forthcoming from World Editions later this year as New Year. Our main character's name is Henning. His wife is Teresa. They have 2 small children, Bibi and Jonas, and the whole family is on vacation in the Canary Islands, specifically Lanzarote, for the Christmas to New Year's holiday. In this scene, they are at a restaurant for a prefix New Year's dinner, and the 2 children are dragging their father to the dance floor. Henning didn't want to make a fool of himself, but he was happy the kids had come to him. Normally they run to Teresa whenever they want something, when they're injured or sick or tired or hungry. Even when they want to be held or are looking for something or are playing a game and get stuck. And Teresa says, "You have a father, and he has hands and feet, so why don't you ask him?" Then she casts annoyed glances in his direction, as if it were his fault the kids preferred her. Years ago, Henning had edited a book about child rearing, and it sold so well that to this day it pays his salary at the publishing house. The title was The Constructed Self, and it made the case that children were pushed by their environments, meaning their parents, into certain roles, and they continued playing those parts, sticking to them for their entire lives. When Henning worked with the author on this book, he himself hadn't had kids yet, nor had the author, which somehow hadn't struck Henning or his publisher as cause for doubt. The author had, after all, studied neurophysiology and the social sciences. And anyway, the sales proved them right in all regards. Now Henning knows the book is utter nonsense. Kids are what they are. Since early childhood, Jonas has gravitated toward backhoes and Bibi toward dolls, even though neither Henning nor Teresa conform to classic gender roles. And they cry out for mama, not papa. Bibi and Jonas aren't interested in the modern-day rules of emancipation. They want mama because she's mama. Henning's destiny lies in becoming the victim of books like The Constructed Self. If parents' behavior determines children's character, then it's Henning's fault that the kids annoy Teresa with their neediness. That's why Teresa is so irritable and sometimes spends days on end on the verge of exploding. Because she views their children's dependence on her, their mother, as the result of Henning's inability to fulfill his role as their father. But he's ready to. He wants to. He believes. It's not his fault the kids don't want him. But then last night they dragged him to the dance floor, and he gladly went along. As the book goes on, with a flashback, you'll see that he goes along on many other adventures in the rest of Neujahr. Enjoy!
El oli d'oliva és un ingredient bàsic en la cuina catalana i en la dieta mediterrània. Sense dubte, és un dels trets diferencials que n'hi ha.
Hello, my name is Sharon Dolin, and I'm a poet and the translator of the Catalan poet Gemma Gorga, who is here with me today to read from our forthcoming translation of her work, Late to the House of Words, Selected Poems of Gemma Gorga, which is forthcoming from Saturnalia Books in the fall of this year. We're going to read 4 poems from the collection. I'm going to read in English, and then Gemma Gorga, will read in Catalan. So this is the first poem, and you'll see how connected it is to language and how the world that we live in is really the world of language. And you'll hear the title of the collection within this poem. It's called Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. We showed up late to the house of words. Now we grope our way downstairs as painful as vertebrae and search between the wall's plastered shards for some living syllable, sister to bread and poverty, to bring to our lips, such as a name, a woman's name, the bone of a woman's name lost between the stones of these walls that once upon a time housed flesh inside, and perhaps a jewel, a little box, a mirror you could ask so many things.
Hello, nice to be here. It's a pleasure to share this time. I'm going to read the same poem in Catalan. Digue'm, mirall. Vam fer tard a la casa de les paraules i ara baixem a les palpentes escales adolorides com vèrtebres i busquem entre el que el s'obre alguna síl·laba viva, germana del pa i la penúria, per dur-nos als llavis. Com ara un nom de dona, l'os d'un nom de dona, extraviat entre les pedres d'aquests murs que un dia foren habitats carn endins. I potser un joiell, una capseta, un mirall a qui poder preguntar tantes coses.
The next poem I'm going to read is a kind of creation myth, or an alternate creation myth. It's called So Then She. With flour and water, she worked his body. With flour and saliva, she conceived, leaned, learned that with flour and both hands, you reach the secret pliability of matter. With flour and lips, she worked the man down to the unbearable elasticity of tenderness. Then slowly, she tasted his body, the bread that was his body, bread that fit as well in her hands as does light on earth.
I aleshores ella, amb farina i aigua, treballava el seu cos. Amb farina i saliva concebia, inclinava, aprenia que amb farina i dues mans s'arriba al dúctil secret de la matèria. Amb farina i llavis treballava l'home fins a l'elasticitat insuportable de la tendresa. I aleshores, lentament tastava el seu cos, el pa que era el seu cos, el pa que s'emmotllava tan bé a les mans com la llum a la terra.
The next poem I'm going to read is about loss, and it has an elegiac tone to it, and I think we're all having a sense of loss these days, and so I thought this would be a perfect poem to read right now, and it's called Elegy. Long ago, before the continents were divided, and we began counting our lives in years, it was still possible to pick up a pin, prick a hole in the porous shell, and joyfully suck the embryonic yellow of the yolk mixed with the egg white's moist light. A journey through secret tunnels displaced matter and food from one concavity to another, from the slippery darkness of beginnings to the definitive darkness of the throat. That was a long time ago, when hens laid eggs in the improvised shadow of 4 planks, when dogs gnawed on carcasses and Sunday leftovers and seemed happy, when bacteria hadn't colonized all the meridians of fear, microscopes slept, and we ate in peace the simple fruit of the earth.
Yes, somehow it seems prophetic, but the poem is inspired in my childhood, when I used to eat raw these eggs, you know, and live without thinking that everything was harmful or threatening or whatever. This is real happiness. Elegia. Temps enrere, abans que se separessin els continents i comencéssim a comptar en anys les nostres vides, encara era possible agafar una agulla de cap, picar un foradet en la closca porosa i xuclar amb delit el groc embrionari del rovell, barrejat amb la llum mullada de la clara. Un viatge per túnels secrets desplaçava matèria i aliment d'una concavitat a una altra, de la foscor lliscadissa dels inicis a la foscor definitiva de la gola. D'això fa molt de temps, quan les gallines ponien ous a l'ombra improvisada de 4 taulons, quan els gossos rosegaven carcanades i sobralles dominicals i semblaven feliços, quan els bacteris no havien colonitzat tots els meridians de la por, els microscopis dormien i nosaltres menjàvem en pau els fruits senzills de la terra.
This is the final poem that we are going to read, and it's the last poem in the collection, and it comes from Gemma Gorga's most recent collection of poems, and it's called Decreation. Learn from crabs the peaceful art of going backwards. Learn to unlearn, go shoeless, digress. Surprise yourself yet again. Look at an apple until you liberate it from the fine dust of allegory. Know nothing about what you should know. Forget artificial rhetoric and the boring mechanics of the atom. Look without saying, I am looking. Love without saying, I am loving. Leave verses unfinished. Leave verses. Leave.
De creixement. Aprendre dels crancs, l'art pacífic d'anar enrere. Aprendre a desaprendre. Descalçar-se, desviar-se, sorprendre's i de nou sorprendre's. Mirar una poma fins a alliberar-la de la polsina de l'al·legoria. No saber res del que s'ha de saber. Oblidar la retòrica sintètica i la mecànica avorrida de l'àtom. Mirar sense dir estic mirant. Estimar sense dir estic estimant. Deixar els versos inacabats. Deixar els versos. Deixar.
Thank you, Gemma.
Thank you, Sharon.
You know, I began translating your work with the Book of Prose Poems, Book of Minutes, and of course, we had both talked about the fact that we were both not really prose poets, but yet that's what drew me to your work initially. And that's the first book I translated. And then here I was finally coming to the rest of your work, the majority of your work, the lion's share of your work, which is really verse, poetry written in lines. And it was a delight to sort of come back to thinking about the line in poetry, which to me is so primary. And I've loved, it's been a labor of love. I've loved translating your work. I'm wondering what it's been like for you to be translated by me. What has that experience felt like in our exchanges going back and forth?
Yeah. Yes, it's a strange sensation because it's the opportunity of revisiting the poems from another point of view. It's from outside, but at the same time from inside. So sometimes when you asked me about some detail, I really had to think twice because I didn't remember. So it's like entering again in my own work from a different door. It's
right.
very strange.
Yeah, it is. It is. And, I was trying to think, because of course, I'm a poet as well. I was trying to think if it had somehow influenced my writing, if it made me think differently about my work. I have a feeling it's an unconscious process, that it maybe has seeped into my own writing. I'm not yet sure exactly how, but I know in the same way that I worry over where to end the line, I worried about each one of your lines, and when you would break the line at a noun, or when you would break the line at a preposition, I would think about it. Of course, the syntax of English is not nearly as flexible. It's different than Catalan, so there were differences, of course. And then I'm just thinking about the final poem, where I remember talking to you about it in Decreation, where in the Catalan, it's not actually written in the imperative. And I asked you, I felt it somehow in English, it would not really work as well to say, to learn from crabs the peaceful art of going backwards, to look without saying, that somehow putting it in the imperative, saying look without saying you're looking, that somehow it would be much more effective. I mean, that was a liberty that I took, and you seem to be okay with it. I'm just aware of that again as I just reread that poem, and I love that poem.
Thank you. I think you are very faithful translating, and at the same time, you have this creation, but above all, I feel you like a faithful translator, a very respectful translator, and and I thank you for that.
Well, thank you. As I keep on quoting Valérie, who says the poem is never finished, merely abandoned. And I feel like my translations of your poems are never finished, merely abandoned. Well, now that, of course, I had to turn in the final draft to my publisher, to Saturnalia Books, I'm just so excited that the book is going to be coming out this October, I found out. So of course I had to come up with final drafts, and then of course I look at them again, and I'm thinking, well, should there be an article there? I took the article out. I mean, should there be a definite article? I made choices. I'm thinking in elegy, where I would choose, to leave out an article, or just these smallest choices. This is what poets do. We think about every aspect of the language.
Yes, those details make the difference, right?
Well, it's a different music. It's a different music, leaving an article in, taking an article out. There's a great flexibility in English around doing that, especially in poetry, it feels to me. So I made those choices, and I guess those are my aesthetic choices as well. I'm just wondering, is there anything else we'd like to tell everyone who's going to be listening?
I don't know. I'm just very excited about the coming of this new book. So
me too. I think it will really give English language readers a chance to read much more widely in your work. I know that there were many people who loved, as I continue to love, Book of Minutes, which were the prose poems, but it's just such a small portion of your work, and now you'll get to see the full range of what it is you're doing. And so maybe this is a good place for us to end and to say thank you to everybody, and happy Sant Jordi.
Hi, my name is Chip Rossetti. I'm reading a story by the Iraqi author Diaa Jubaili, taken from his 2018 collection of flash fiction La Tawahin Hawa fil Basra, or in English, No Windmills in Basra. The book's title is an allusion to Don Quixote, and like Cervantes' hero, the characters in Jubaili's stories live in an unstable world, one of delusions, metamorphoses, and impossible loves. Many of these brief tales deal either somberly or sardonically with the war and violence that Iraq has suffered over the last 4 decades. The title of this story is Fatat al-Layl, which I've translated as The Night Girl. It's one of my favorites from this collection, which I've just finished translating. Here goes. Maher was an odd girl. She only appeared at night to sell roses to lovers on the town's riverfront walk. During the day, she turned into a butterfly that flitted through the gardens along the Shatt al-Arab River. Since she only appeared at night, tongues began weaving stories around her until finally she became known as the Night Girl. "Selling roses is just a front for her disgraceful profession," said an out-of-work sailor, one of those people whose only job is slandering others while they sit in a scruffy coffee shop on the riverbank, plucking hair out of their armpits. It was an accusation that Gharib the fisherman didn't believe. Or rather, he believed it, but a friendly eye could never see such faults, as Shakespeare has Cassius say. For the fisherman loved her. He was infuriated by the men who whistled and made eyes at her as they walked by, and by the sailors who tried to sweet-talk her onto their boats. He knew Maher didn't care about any of that. One day, Gharib decided to declare his love for her. He thought that bringing her a gift would serve his purpose and have a magical effect on her. He thought about getting her some kohl because ever since the first time he'd laid eyes on her, he'd never seen her wear kohl on her eyes. But he wouldn't do something like that until first he knew something more about Maher, such as where she disappeared to during the day, where she lived, or what her life was like. Did she live alone? Was she married? Or was she a spinster who lived with her family? He had to know everything about her, and it was out of the question that he would marry a woman that he knew nothing about. One day, an hour before sunrise, Gharib followed Maher and began walking behind her through back lanes, roads and fields and over bridges until she passed through a cane thicket into a grove of palm trees on the opposite bank of the Shatt al-Arab, where he lost sight of her, which he found puzzling. On his way home, he was dazzled by the appearance of a swarm of butterflies in the grove. There were so many it made him feel as if he were in a dream, and he wished Maher were with him. That's when an idea came to him. He left the grove and then came hurrying back with a net, which he used to start collecting the butterflies. He collected them all. And then he committed a mass slaughter, an assault on nature for its butterflies, for no other reason than to extract the colors from their wings and collect them in a bottle that he would later give to Maher as kohl for her eyes. Then he went back to wait impatiently until night fell and his beloved Maher returned. But she didn't come. She will never come.
She filled my fridge with Comté, Brie, Épaisse de Bourgogne, Gaperon, and Roquefort, none of which were labeled the way they usually were in supermarkets, if they stocked them in the first place. She got a different brand every time, each more authentic than the last, and imported. The same could be said of everything about her, her clothes, her hobbies, the building she lived in, her hair. She wore a single piece of jewelry, a striated ring the width of one finger, on the middle finger of her right hand. She almost always dressed in dark clothes. She had pale skin and liked to wear baggy sweaters with long sleeves that fell halfway down her hand. I used to dream about those sweaters. I would dream of her white, silver-ringed hand as it emerged from a deep blue sleeve, cold and slow like a sea mollusk. Hi, I am Julia Sanches, and I am joined by Amina Cain, who has generously agreed to talk about a book that has just recently come out called Permafrost by Eva Baltasar, that I have translated from Catalan. And I'm going to start with a short reading, first in Catalan and then in English, and then Amina and I will have a conversation. This section is about 3/4 through the book, but it won't give anything away because plot is almost secondary to this novel. And okay, I'll start. Això, la Roxane no ho podia entendre, perquè tota la seva vida era un extra. Solia esmorzar croissant amb la crosta de full cruixent i l'interior esponjós i mantegós encara calent. L'anava a buscar una pastisseria que tenia 4 carrers de casa, on li guardaven. Prenia cafè com jo, però no un cafè qualsevol, sinó que se'l feia portar d'una botiga especialitzada on molien a l'acte, segons abans d'envasar-lo. El seu pernil dolç no era pernil dolç normal i corrent, sinó pernil dolç fumat. Si cuinàvem a casa seva, bullia una pasta curiosa en forma de galets dentats i rogencs que sofregia prèviament amb espècies picants i que acompanyava amb amanides de brots. Okay. Now the English. This never made sense to Roxane, whose whole life was a treat. Roxane often had croissants for breakfast, flaky on the outside, insides soft, buttery, and still warm. She bought them from a bakery 4 blocks from her house, where they were held for her. She drank coffee like I did, but not just any old coffee. She had her coffee delivered from a shop where it was ground sur place, seconds before being packaged. She didn't have ordinary ham. She had smoked ham. When we ate at her place, she'd cook a peculiar type of pasta that looked like a ruddy, serrated snail shell, sautéed with hot spices and served with sprout salad. She loved funky cheeses. She filled my fridge with Comté, Brie, Épaisse de Bourgogne, Gaperon, and Roquefort, none of which were labeled the way they usually were in supermarkets, if they stocked them in the first place. She got a different brand every time, each more authentic than the last, and imported. The same could be said of everything about her, her clothes, her hobbies, the building she lived in, her hair. She wore a single piece of jewelry, a striated ring the width of one finger, on the middle finger of her right hand. She almost always dressed in dark clothes. She had pale skin and liked to wear baggy sweaters with long sleeves that fell halfway down her hand. I used to dream about those sweaters. I would dream of her white, silver-ringed hand as it emerged from a deep blue sleeve, cold and slow like a sea mollusk. My eyes would fixate on her hand as it stirred pasta in the wok with the chopsticks she usually used to cook. I was captivated by that finger, her ring finger. It was perhaps her only concession to traditional constructs of femininity, even though everything about her screamed femininity. Head blonde and shorn like a solid and recently shaven cunt, cracked ice eyes, breasts long and continuous like tongues resting over a flight of ribs, crimped nipples, legs and feet soft and monochrome, like the drawings in the classical Kama Sutra.
Thank you, Julia. It was really nice to hear an excerpt in its original language. It was really nice for me. So I just want to start by saying that I think Permafrost is an utterly propulsive novel, almost addictive. I really love its speed, which I don't know if that comes across as much in the excerpt you just read, but I love the speed, which for me happens not through scene and event necessarily, but through its sentences at times. And, as I was reading, I felt kind of like I was driven forward through those sentences and through their sensibility and through this idea of existing on the edge of life. And I feel like the reader kind of gets to ride, on that edge of life. So I was curious, how you came to translate Permafrost, kind of what drew you to it.
I found out about Permafrost through an award called the Premi Librete, which I'm probably going to get this wrong, but it's either awarded by librarians or booksellers. And I don't know if this ever happens to you where you look at a book and something sort of ineffable draws you to it. So I got hold of the PDF and started reading it, and I became hooked on the language. There are books that I want to translate for the stories they tell, but sometimes it's the language that I want to spend months tinkering with and getting my hands dirty in. And I also, I think in retrospect, realized that I was really drawn to how she writes about women's bodies, which you, I guess, see a little bit in the excerpt. In her hands, our bodies become these sort of wonderfully organic, expansive things that are sexual, but not sexualized in sort of a historically objectifying way. And they're beautiful, but not conventional. Like the images are all very strange, like the sea mollusk. It's not a particularly appealing image on its own, but there's something very alluring about it. And then, I don't know if you may have connected this to this too, but as a woman who feels at odds with how I'm supposed to live in this world, I was sort of drawn to the protagonist's disquiet and her sort of stubbornness about not wanting to compromise and do things the way other people want her to. And just as I'm saying this now, I noticed that, it takes place in Barcelona and Scotland, both places that I've lived in, and it also takes place in various languages, not extensively, but now and then you have French, Spanish, English, and I've always felt most comfortable in these multilingual spaces. So this book felt not entirely comfortable to translate because it was quite hard, but I felt sort of at home in it.
Yeah, I'm drawn to just that, its sense of, or sort of its questioning about like how to live in the world, how to be in the world. Also, what you say about, like the book being, or the bodies being sexual but not sexualized, the language for sure. I feel drawn to the sound, of the sentences, which is related, I think, to that speed, that I was talking about before, in certain parts of it. And also its narrative voice, which I think is just so biting and funny and rhythmic. I feel that the voice just really got in my head, as I was reading it. And when I'm writing, I often feel like I'm channeling, the sound of sentences, or sentences themselves, or the voice of a narrator. As a translator, do you ever feel like you're channeling those things, the voice, or sound, or and if not, how do you work with sound and voice?
I think a lot of translators find that the first step is to figure out the voice, and that everything sort of unlocks after that, opens up. This was a difficult exercise because, so Catalan is a Latinate language, and it uses a lot of words that we have, but that are a completely different register from the way the protagonist might speak. So I had to figure out a way to make her sound sort of nervy and I guess opinionated as well. And she's got attitude, I think, which is something I love about her, the protagonist. But at the same time, there are these moments of sort of almost high register poetry that have to blend in with that. Whenever I workshop translations that I'm working on with other translators, one thing that repeatedly comes up is, oh, I'm not sure the character would say that. So clearly we do sort of figure out the character first and then decide what the words they would or wouldn't say are, depending on what we read in the original. But the difficulty here, of course, is that she's a poet. So I found myself struggling with trying to make the logic of the prose work while also making the logic of the poetry work, because they sometimes operate in consonance, but not always. There are images. One of the images I talk about in my translator's note is about a frilly kitchen curtain. And I'm almost convinced that this image came out of the sounds, because cortinetta, da quina, like it's all, that sound logic is there, but it doesn't exist in English, so you have to figure something else out. So there's a lot of compensating in that respect. I'm currently working on her next book, Boulder, and there's actually a really great example of the way that she uses sound to buttress her images. So the Catalan is, y mentrestant no deixa de mossegar-se las galtes, las succiona com si las mastegués. So all of the sounds are like coming out of the back of my throat.
Mm-hmm.
And she's talking, well, my current English translation, which will probably change at some point, but for now I have, meanwhile, she won't stop gnawing on her cheeks, sucking at the insides like she's trying to swallow them. And I've tried to go for the same sort of L sounds, the O's, and so I was trying to recreate that that mouthiness in the English. Luckily, there's nothing strange happening in terms of like the clash of the images and the poetry. There's not some sort of logical leap that I have to fill, but it's something that I have to be very careful about when I'm translating her prose, because she's so heavily influenced by her long career as a poet.
Yeah, which is something I was curious about as well, because I've not read her poetry, but I was thinking about the fact, that she's a poet, that she's written all these books of poetry when I was reading this novel, and that so I was wondering like what carries over, from her sort of work as a poet into this novel. And there have been times when a poet who I like writes a novel, and I will be sort of weirdly disappointed, because I'll feel like some of what I like about that poet's work has been lost, in the novel that they've written. So, not that they should be exactly the same, but I get this sense sometimes that fiction and poetry for some writers are seen as very different spaces, and I guess I just haven't, so they might sort of not be as interested in language, and kind of trade it in for plot. And it's just a divide I've never understood.
I think that she definitely leans into her background in poetry. I I've read only a little bit of her poetry. She's written like 10 collections, I think. And there's a sort of a through line that I see is almost tonal. You were talking about how propulsive it is. The book is when I don't know if I was talking to her or to her editor about the book, but I was explaining sort of, there's something, it's not that it's claustrophobic, but there is very, very little room between each of the words. Like there's not, I think a lot about this. I think it was an essay that you wrote about how sometimes you like to leave space in a sentence for the reader to sort of project what it is they want to understand. I'm probably paraphrasing you wrongly, but there isn't that much, there's always space for interpretation, but the words always feel really close together and fast moving, so that it is, like you said, it feels like you're having a rug pulled out from under you. She has this collection of poetry called Winter Animals, and in the pieces that I've read there, there's a definite sort of same balance of darkness and light that you have in Permafrost. Like there is suicidal ideation in this book, but also it's really, really funny. And I don't know how she's managed to pull that off.
I know.
So she's really intense, but also she's lighthearted. And if you ever see Eva speaking, she's smiling almost all the time. And yeah, I guess that's where I'll stop with that.
Yeah. I mean, when I felt the grief in the book, it almost came as a shock, because not that it didn't belong there, but it's, it is very funny. And I love that the novel can hold both of those things. I was also going to ask you about what's next for her. So I'm glad that I'm excited that you're translating the next book in the triptych. Will you also translate the third?
I hope so. The third was going to be called Mammut, which means mammoth. And it's not out yet. And every time I've read interviews with Eva where people ask her about Mammut, because everyone's very eager to get their hands on it, she dodges the question. It's supposed to come out for Sant Jordi, so on April 23rd.
This year?
Yes.
Okay.
So she's published these every year.
Okay.
Permafrost has taken a while to come out, but she published Boulder sort of around April of last year in the middle of a pandemic, and Permafrost happened either 1 or 2 years before that, I think. And Boulder is, I mean, I love it. It's also, so each book in the triptych follows a protagonist who is a woman, unnamed and gay, and also sort of living on the edge of life or trying to find a place for herself on like life's edges. And this one starts in Chile, and the protagonist works as a cook on a freighter. And then she meets a woman and they fall in love or in infatuation, and they end up in Iceland. And then it's a very differently paced novel. Like the way they've published it, every paragraph is sort of isolated by space, and it feels like a very tight stanza in a poem, which is why it's taking me approximately forever to translate. And it's also about ambivalent motherhood and desire and bodies. So some of the same themes, but also a bit darker, with moments of hilarity, because she's still quite ironic and sarcastic, the narrator. And Eva actually chose to write this book from the point of view of sort of a more male point of view, which is interesting to see because the two characters are women, but we are completely in the perspective of a character she's sort of tried to write as male.
That sounds great. I'm excited for that one. And I love the idea of those two, countries or places as settings, Chile and Iceland together, something about the two of them and together. Sounds amazing. I wanted to ask you one last question about your afterword to the book. It's something that really struck me. You describe an original text as a fraction of a whole, and then you conjure the moon, which I think is beautiful. And I was wondering if you could just speak to that a little bit.
Of course. So I think of translators' notes as great spaces to expand on what translation is and means and can do, because I think there's there's a huge misconception of what translation actually involves. And this widespread belief, no thanks to Robert Frost, that something is always lost in translation. And I think the problem with that is that people think translating means making an exact copy of the original in another language, and that's not what it is. It's something much more alchemical than that. And so I was interested in the idea that maybe instead of thinking as the original as this whole that we are trying to move into another linguistic space, we could think of the original as just a fraction of its full potential, and of each additional translation as another component of the work. Because at the end of the day, if you think about it, a translation is a manifestation of one person's very close reading. In this case, Permafrost is just my extremely close, painstaking reading, also put through like the filters of editors and copy editors and proofreaders who are all unsung heroes. And I mean, there are hundreds, thousands of people walking around with their individual readings of a book in the world. And I am much more interested in a work being a sort of accumulation of all those readings than just a physical text that needs to be revered. So that's sort of what I was thinking of. I also like, if a much less poetic way of putting it would be to think of it as a pie, but I thought the moon was a bit more evocative than that. Yeah, I wanted to actually ask you one last question before we're done, which is, I read as different people now and then. Like, there's my pleasure reading, there's my reading for Scouts and sort of like publishing world reading. And then there's the reading I do as a translator when I want to take on a project, the reading I do as a translator when I'm trying to triangulate a voice for the character I'm translating. Are there different ways of reading for you? And if so, how do you think you ended up reading Permafrost? Because you've read it twice now, so maybe it's changed.
Yeah, I think when I'm reading, in some ways, I always come to a book as a writer, just because it's hard for me to separate out my relationship to reading as a writer. I mean, part of that is that I get a lot of inspiration from other authors and other books, and at a certain point, I realized that I'm probably a writer because I've loved other books so much, and because, not that that has to be everyone's response, who loves a book, but it's part of what drives me to write. And I'm someone who is naturally kind of drawn to narrative voice and sound, and I was saying that I really like those aspects of Permafrost. And it's a way for me, I think, to enter kind of like the interior space, of a narrator, kind of like the just like rhythms of their thoughts, and like expression and things like that. And so I think reading Permafrost, that was definitely happening. And because I do get inspired and sometimes feel drawn, through my writing to respond to what I read, that was part of it too. Like there's always that, like, it's like, for me, it's so much about kind of, there's kind of when I'm reading what comes in, and then there's also like often there's this like wanting then to respond and sort of like move out. And I think, that definitely happened in reading Permafrost. But, there are books I love that don't sort of drive me to want to write. So it's a little bit of a tricky thing, like I don't know what causes it. It might be the quality of like narrative voice or something like that. But it's an interesting question to consider.
It might be, I don't know, that ineffable thing that draws us to works of art. The various works of art out there in the world. I was actually, I guess as a closing note, since we've gone over time, but the conversation was great. I was reading Creature right before this call, and the same thing that happened to you, I think, with Permafrost happened to me. I would step away from the book and like the narrative voice was right in my head. And it was structuring my own thoughts in ways that are a bit unsettling, but also really wonderful, because it's nice sometimes to have your thoughts have a rhythm that is not your own.
Right.
But yeah.
Nice.
It's wonderful. I love your writing, but I've gushed about this before. So thank you for joining me to talk about Permafrost, and thank you for the support for the book. And I guess happy Sant Jordi, everyone. Give someone a flower and a book. All right.
करिश्मा है के यूं दे This is Marie Silkeberg's Bárðarbunga from my translation of her selected poems, Damascus Atlantis. A blue sulfur fog from the eruption lies over the city, a thin haze. You smell sulfur even in the shower. See low wooden houses, corrugated metal. A small plane flies in for a landing. It rains. You get soaking wet. Eat noodle soup. The meat tastes different, denser. You listen to Chinese being spoken as the rain pours down outside. You walk out into it, ask about the boat. We'll get back to you, the woman answers. You see the whale meat's blood red color in the display case. Try to drink coffee outside in the harbor and smoke, the only cigarette left in your pocket. The rain whips in from the sea. You swim in a large outdoor swimming pool a long time, as if through the volcano, the lava streams. Epilepsy, visions, a blue juice. A woman starts talking to you in the dressing room, says she recognizes you, has seen you often. It's my first time, you say. You see a rainbow across the sky, a film about the ocean, you say, how the island lies in the ocean, deep in our memory. You meet a woman from Uruguay with grandparents from Poland and Hungary, now living in Australia. Outside the apartment she rents, she tells you garbage piles up. One morning, she saw a woman up to her waist in the mountain of trash, using a tool to scoop something edible out of it. A man and a woman from Montreal next to you stiffen. Really? Wealth has returned, hasn't it? They say. Could they have done something better, you ask the woman? 2008. Something more radical, she answers. You walk to the flea market in a large shed. See hand-knit sweaters, bracelets of lava stones. The books in the river, totally tinged blue from the ink. You remember the devastated city. The stage's memory, she says, the ghost in Hamlet, how to interpret it for the deaf. Only later you imagine confusing the sounds, a theater for the dead. An analogy between gift, loss, and spectacle, she says. When you give what is most precious to you, you become nothing. You see the glass greenhouses, warmed with steam, how they glow in the dark landscape. The biggest desert in Europe, he says, lava fields. 2,000 or 20,000 big or small earthquakes per week. Continental plates. They slide apart at 2 centimeters per year, he says, as you pass over the crevice between the Eurasian and the American. In other places, they converge, he says, at the Himalayas, for example. The longest period without sun since records began, he says. But you don't hear in which decade or century. You wait a long time for the geyser to jet. At last it does, jets in the downpour. You take a step back when it happens, see the bubble expanding seconds prior, smell the sulfur, the waterfall, cascades, the huge mist of water droplets. The similarities between Iceland and Japan you're thinking of, if similarities exist. Not tonight either will the ship depart for the northern lights, a woman calls to say. The hottest place on earth, he says, under the glaciers. Exploding lava when the volcano erupts, and the melting glacier flows down into the crater. Or the lava that flowed into the lake and was cooled down, was so hot, it became so light, it could float on water. A new continent, she said, a way of living, not a country or a city. The bottom of a deep fjord, uplift is still ongoing. You see a brimstone butterfly at Eyjafjallajökull. The whole summer of 2010, I drove through black clouds, he says. 2 lava streams, one on each side of the village. Do the Japanese care about the French Revolution, you think? When he tells you it's said that the big eruption of 1780 triggered the revolution, the famine caused in Europe. Long years of black clouds covering half the continent. You would arrive at a black lava beach full of huge ice blocks. Nowhere. To Antarctica you come if you go straight south, he says. A Japanese woman falls asleep on the bus, then another. They look like people in the subway in Tokyo, their heavy sleep. Hong Kong, she says they come from when you finally ask. You don't want to be in the rain a minute longer, but you change your mind when you enter the room. Run toward the boat, just before it casts off into the dark. Reykjavik disappears. The rain ceases, the cold intensifies, but you notice it only later when the cold has pervaded your body, strangely happy. You listen to the captain as he reads in his Icelandic accent. Blush upon the cheek of night, posthumous, unearthly light. You circle, stop still. Nothing happens. People go below deck, fall asleep at the table. You climb up again. The northern lights, the captain says, coming next to you. Points. Can you see it? A white cloud. Barely. Maybe. I'm used to it, he says. That's why. I see the activity. How many hours of time difference, you think? How hours are counted from a place that's still young, geologically speaking. Short minutes of joy are so rare now, he writes. Russia is reaching hell in full rage. A fontanelle, you think, where the world opens, upward on the globe, rotating continuously in its gravity. Eat it with your mouth closed, the host says, about the rotten shark. Let your tongue taste it, and let the taste rise into your forehead. Chug the liquor down the whole glass.
Els vins de Catalunya són una suma del seu clima, d'una terra hospitalària, d'unes varietats adaptades, antigues i una manera de treballar, una manera de ser i de fer dels viticultors a Catalunya.
This is an excerpt from The Tales of Aunt Medina by Akram Aylisli of Azerbaijan. It's translated from the Russian by Catherine E. Young, and the action takes place during the Second World War. My mother died the day I was born, and for the first 2 months, Aunt Medina carried me from house to house where they were nursing children. During winter evenings, my aunt loved to talk about that time, and listening to her in the warm darkness of the room, I saw clearly how she had walked along, slipping and stumbling on the icy path, the one that stretched beside the irrigation canal toward the spring. If Aunt Medina took me out in the yard before bedtime, I tried not to look at the mountain towering above our path. It seemed to me that the stars were whispering about something with its peak, as if they were plotting evil. The summer I was 5, my father sold melons from the collective farm at the bazaar. Aunt Medina went to work in the fields and disappeared there until it got dark. Leaving at dawn for the district center, my father closed the gate with the upper latch, which I couldn't reach, and I remained locked in all day. I had cheese and bread and as much water as I wanted, gurgling along the irrigation chute all day. Not very far away, in the neighboring yards, I knew there were ponds with clear blue water, and around them naked children were lolling around on the yellow ground. How I wanted to be with them, to chase along the stony village street, clamber among the rocks, thieve from partridge nests. All summer I sat locked in, dreaming of just one thing, to find myself on the street among the boys. And then it happened. Aunt Medina came home for some reason in the middle of the day and, opening the gate, set me free. I raced out into the street, started running, and suddenly stopped. There was nowhere I wanted to run. As if there were no more blue ponds or hot yellow earth or birds' nests in the rocks behind tall gates. Being locked in became much easier. I spent whole days without moving, observing the bees or watching the crows. Sometimes I'd simply drift off sitting there. The sun would begin to slowly sink. I'd follow it, trying not to miss the moment when it hid behind the mountain. Hundreds of jackdaws that had dozed all day in the thick leaves of the walnut tree would take off with a clamor into the sky. It was very interesting to look at them. Jackdaws alone would have been enough to keep me from being bored. But I could also climb the mulberry tree and wait until the drummer Imam Ali and his 3 sons appeared on the sandy road that wound around the mountain in a bright belt. They'd stand in a row, turn to face the village, and Imam Ali would beat the drum. His oldest son would play the zurna, and the younger ones would join in on pipes. Imam Ali was a remarkable drummer. He thumped the wooden sticks on the drum with such force that the mighty rumbling boom spread through the whole village. A little later, the herd would slowly begin to descend. The cows moved sedately, unhurriedly, as if listening to the wail of the zurna. Then the herd would enter the village. A few minutes would pass, and our Liska would already be mooing at the gate, waiting for my father. My father would return when it was dark. His heavy boots thumped dully along the stony road. Every day he brought me a present, a small striped melon. Those melons could have come from a matched set, all the same size and color. While my father made a fire on the hearth, heated water, brewed tea, I amused myself by rolling my melon around the grass. Then we spread out the palace carpet and sat down to supper. Later, just before bedtime, Aunt Medina arrived. Silently milking the cow, silently boiling the milk, silently preparing gatek, she was always silent in front of my father. My father smoked, propping his elbow on a pillow, and I tried not to look at his big black boots standing near the palace. For some reason, I was a bit frightened of them. I nestled into his warm side and drifted off, listening to his loud snoring. That night, my father returned from the district center earlier than usual. The sun hadn't yet set, the jackdaws hadn't yet taken off into the sky, the herd hadn't returned from the pasture. He spread out the palace, threw a pillow on it, jerked off his boots, put them in their regular place, and smoked, propping his elbow on the pillow. Then he called me to him, pressed my head to his chest, stroked it, smoothed the hair behind my ear. The jackdaws rose into the air. My father was silent. Music thundered on the slope, and my father was silent. Liska arrived and, mooing, stood in front of the locked gates, and my father didn't budge from his place. Then he suddenly got up, went to the gates, opened them, but didn't let the cow into the yard. On the contrary, he led her off somewhere. A little later my father returned, but he didn't bring Liska with him, our Liska, red with a big white spot on her head. Tonight she wasn't in the cowshed, breathing loudly and endlessly chewing her cud. My father poured water into the tea kettle and put it on the fire. He went into the house, collected all the carpets spread on the brick floors, took the 2 carpets down from the walls, put all of that in large sacks, and tied them tightly with rope. He dragged bags of flour from the pantry, put them in the corridor, covered the openings of the beehives with fresh manure. Then he went up to the lemon tree, glanced at me. I understood immediately that something quite out of the ordinary was happening, and cut the single fruit from it. My father had brought the sapling of the lemon tree from somewhere far away and planted it in a bucket. Each year the young tree flowered, and there were many blooms on it, but each fall only 1 lemon ripened. My father guarded that small greenish lemon like the apple of his eye. It hung among the glossy dark leaves until the tree bloomed again, and my father showed it to everyone who came to our house. Now the young fruit wasn't any bigger than a walnut, but the lemon turned yellow in my father's hand. It seemed as if he'd stolen it. My father brewed tea, took a knife from his pocket, cut the lemon into 2 unequal parts, and laid the bigger part in my glass. He took a sip from his glass of tea and glanced at my surprised face. For a moment, it even seemed to me that he was just about to smile. My aunt arrived home. She was also surprised to see that we were drinking tea with lemon, but she didn't say anything. She poured the gatek that she'd prepared the previous evening into a bowl, put water on to heat, and picking up the oil lamp, went toward the cowshed to do the milking. "Medina!" my father yelled to her. I flinched at that unexpectedly loud shout. "I sold the cow. I'm leaving tomorrow." Aunt Medina's shadow shivered on the grapevine and froze. Then my aunt ran down the stairs and came toward us. She always walked slowly, with the sluggish, lingering step of a person who has lost something she very much needs and has long ago given up hope of finding. Now she was approaching quickly at full speed. She stopped as if she'd run into a wall and sat down. I had never seen Aunt Medina sit down, and here she was, sitting, arms folded across her chest, not lifting her eyes from the piece of lemon floating in my father's glass. "I packed up some things. In the morning, Mukush can come get them." My aunt nodded. They were silent. "Bashir will pay you 300 rubles for the cow." My aunt looked silently at my father. They were silent. "Thank God Sadiq isn't nursing. He'll grow somehow." My aunt hugged me and pressed me to her chest. They were silent. "You won't have to feed him for free. I'm leaving 4 sacks of wheat for the little fellow." My aunt cast a reproachful glance at my father. They were silent. My father spoke. My aunt listened. And the night listened to what he said, and the trees listened, silently bowing their heads. And when my father fell silent, the stars began whispering with the mountain tops, and today there was something especially ominous in their whispering. "Tomorrow I'll speak with Mukush," began my father after a long pause. "I'll say what I must. I'm guilty before you, Medina. I've driven you into that miserable pit. I'm not coming back. Forgive me, for God's sake." My father hung his head. And it suddenly struck me that they looked very much like one another, my father and his sister. Aunt Medina began to cry. My father turned away and coughed a few times. My aunt lifted her eyes at him as if she wanted to say something, dropped her eyes, lifted them again, and again lowered them. I had always thought that Aunt Medina didn't talk with my father out of timidity, but when we went up to my aunt the next morning, it occurred to me that it simply wasn't necessary for them to converse. They understood each other without words. Otherwise, why would my aunt have quickly brought the tea to a boil, as she didn't actually know that we hadn't eaten breakfast? Having spread out the tablecloth, she first of all laid out a bowl of katik. Before breakfast, my father always drank katik. Then 4 plates appeared on the tablecloth, 4 spoons, and 4 glasses. My little cup also stood there. My aunt cleared the plates. I sat on the palace and looked at my father. I couldn't hear what he and Mukush were talking about. They stood under the mulberry tree at the opposite side of the yard, hidden by its heavy leaves. My father's boots were the only things I could see. They restlessly trampled the yellow ground, as if they were 2 big black hens. From where I was, from the roof of the cow shed attached to the house, I could see the irrigation canal with its silver ribbon extending along the slope toward our house. I knew that Grandfather Aslan was sitting there right now, on a knoll at the very end of the irrigation canal. On Wednesdays, according to the village schedule, Grandfather Aslan would receive his allotment of water. He always sat at the lower end of the irrigation canal and kept an eye on the water. At that point, an underground channel leads from the irrigation canal, and it's constructed in such a way that if water flows into it, it won't flow along the irrigation canal until a deep basin near the dam is filled up. The boys knew this. As soon as Grandfather Aslan left his post, they'd immediately remove the old jacket with which the old man plugged the pipe that led to the underground channel, and flee. I had also pulled the plug from the pipe more than once, but when the water, foaming and chattering, rushed down, I became unbearably sorry for the old man, and the consciousness of my own daring no longer gave me any pleasure. Now Grandfather Aslan would get up and walk along the irrigation canal with the grub hoe on his shoulders. He'd chase the little girls away. How much water they were taking, the thieves! He'd shout at the women, also trying to siphon off more. When else would they wash themselves, he'd say, if not on his day? He'd walk from house to house and knock at the gate with the hoe, threatening the boys who pulled his plug from the pipe. Then Grandfather Aslan would get tired, sit down on someone's doorstep, and, leaning back against the wall, tell stories about how he had worked in the oil fields, how he'd established Soviet power in Baku, and how he, Aslan, was summoned by Lenin himself. Some schoolchild would be found to argue that Lenin had never even been to Baku. The old man would stand his ground, get angry. The dispute would escalate to a quarrel. Grandfather Aslan would wave his grub hoe at the children and leave. Then he'd sit on the knoll again. Again he'd knock on doors with his hoe, and again he'd tell stories about how he had worked in Baku and met Lenin himself. In the meantime, the paths would be watered, and the women, having washed themselves, would go out into the street to pass the time, pink and satisfied. And all of that would come to an end only in the evening, when Grandfather Imam Ali's drum began to thunder on the slope of the mountain. For some reason, that morning I was especially unbearably sorry for Grandfather Aslan, and for the herd boy, Sefar, who had just driven the herd along the slope of the mountain and was walking by himself, whistling and kicking at stones along the way, and for Mukush's old boots, standing under the tree so dirty, covered in clay, and for Aunt Medina, and for myself. A man appeared on the road. He was walking to the district center driving a donkey. I was even sorry for him. My father and Mukush returned to the roof. Both were sullen, angry. My father looked Aunt Medina in the face, and once again it seemed to me that they understood each other without words. Then my father hoisted the sack of things he brought out from the house, perceived that the sack had become heavier, and again looked at my aunt, as if saying goodbye to her with a glance. After that, he didn't look at anyone. He lifted me in his arms, carried me down the stairs, put me down on the ground, kissed me, and left. I went back to the roof. The strip of sunlight rising along the mountain in the distance slowly began to spread along the slope. Then the sun thrust its head out from behind the other mountain opposite. My father's silhouette appeared on the road. My father came out from the bend where the man with the donkey had just been. Then the herd appeared on the slope, and I began looking for Liska. Mukush dragged various things out of our house right up until the noon meal. He loaded them on a donkey, dragged them on his humped back, covered in sweat. I ran with him step for step. I liked running back and forth through the village.
Trotsky for me was riding high up on the back of the tractor. Trotsky for me was taking a bath naked with my little friend in the bathtub. Trotsky for me was riding high up on the bicycle's handlebars. Trotsky for me was using ash wood to make arrows like those of the Sioux in the Americas. Our family was supposedly Trotskyist, but I didn't know who Trotsky was. Trotsky for me was climbing the haystacks and crossing the ocean. Trotsky for me was, instead of wearing a cross around my neck, wearing colored stones. Trotsky for me was seeing in the next room two women sleeping together. Trotsky for me was imagination, ripped t-shirts, and the smell of grass. I do know a few others also used to do those things. We were not that special. Trotsky had a tadpole body, dolphin eyes, and squirrel red hair. That for me was what Trotsky was. What else? But the others didn't see us like that.
Trotsky niretza zen. Trotsky niretza zen traktorearen atzealdean igota joatea. Trotsky niretza zen laguntxoekin baineran biluzik bainatzea. Trotsky niretza zen bizikletaren eskulekuan igota joatea. Trotsky niretza zen bizarrarekin Amerikako ziuk zen geziak egitea. Gure familia troskista omen zen, baina nik enekien zen Trotsky. Troski niretza zen belarmetara igo eta itsasoa zeharkatzea. Troski niretza zen lepokoan gurutzearen ordez harri koloredunak eramatea. Troski niretza zen alboko gelan emakume bi elkarrekin lotan egotea. Troski niretza zen irudimena kamiseta apurtuak eta belar usaina. Badaki beste batzuek ere egiten zituztela gauza horiek, gu ezkinen hain bereziak. Trostikik zituen zapaburu gorputza, izurde begiak eta katamixarren ilegorria. Hori zen, niretzat Troski, ze bestela. Baina besteek ez gintuzten horrela ikusten.
In the Coastal Town. This is a collection of 4 poems. In the Coastal Town. Pool at the Anso Mendy. The Anso Mendy bar was where we went when we were male adolescents. The place was big and had a pool table in the middle, wooden floors. You heard Velvet Underground there, Ziggy Stardust. In the back, kids hung out sitting in the booths and talking. The boys with their hair in colors, their leather pants and heels. The girls with their hair up and tight leopard print jerseys. Whoever won at pool played the older guys after. That's why I wanted to win, to mix it up against them. When the cue stick hit the ball, their neck chains and bracelets jangled. For some, they were probably the devil incarnate, but for me, angels. With them, I learned how to fly.
Antzomendiko bilarra. Antzomendi tabernara joaten ginen mutil koskorretan. Lokala handia zen eta bilarba zeukan erdian. Olezko zorua. Entzuten zen Velvet Underground, Ziggy Stardust. Atzealdean gazteak egoten ziren bankuetan eserita eta berbetan. Mutilak ileak kolorez. Larruzko praka eta takoiekin. Neskak ileak gora eta leopardozko elastikoekin. Bilarrean irabazten zuenak nagusiekin jokatzen zuen ondoren. Horregatik nahi izaten genuen gailendu, beraien aurka aritzeko. Makilaz bola jotzean lehen beren lepoko kateek eta pultserek soinua ateratzen zuten. Batzuentzat deabru hutsak izango ziren, baina niretzat aingeruak. Haiekin ikasi nuen egan egiten.
Mild summer night. The mild summer night. Music from the bar. I want to flee into my insides. I feel the merciful drug moving into my vein. Going, because that snake knows my darkest corners best. It's the one thing that embraces me from inside. At last, I'm home.
Udako gau epela. Udako gau epela. Musika tabernatik. Neure barrura ies egin nahi dut. Droga onbera sentitzen dut zainetan barrena. Badoa, sugeak ezagutzen baititu hobekien nire bazterrik ilunenak. Barrutik besarkatzen nauen gauza bakarra da. Lasainago azkenean.
Last date. We birds, man, we free. We above party, above all the politics, forget all that. We birds, and they can't catch us.
Azken itzordua. Gu txoixaga, gu libriga. Alderdizan gainetika, politikin gainetik. Aztu hori dana, gu txoixaga, eta ezin gatxue atrapa.
Subibari. A bunch of people lived in Subibari. Picherunes people, Santanes, Chayanes. They lived along the river, above the cannery, in plain old wooden houses. The kids ran free from house to house. There were no locks. They bathed in the muddy stream and played with whatever there was in the old shipyard. At Christmas time, people would give them dolls, sewn by hand by the mothers from old sheets on wool. They were big families, with a lot of relatives in those small houses. If that many was too few, some also took in orphans from the Sant Jordi prison. They had nothing and shared that too. They raised that whole neighborhood. Bisharunes people, Santanes, Chayanes, went someplace else. Today, the ring road runs through the place where the wooden houses once stood. They built a big merchandise mart, too, on the lot scraped out of the mountain. That's where one buys dolls nowadays, the same all over the world.
Zubiberri. Jende andana bizi zen Zubiberrin, Pixeronekoak, Santanekoak, Txailanekoak. Ibai ertzean bizi ziren kontserba fabriken gaineko olezko etxe apaletan. Etxerik etxe zebiltzan umeak libre, ez zegoen sarrailarik. Errekaloian bainatzen ziren eta jolastu, zegoenarekin ontziola zaharrean. Gabonetan andrakilak oparitzen zizkieten, amek eskuz josiak. Maindire zaharrekin eta artilez. Familia handiak ziren. Senide asko etxe txiki haietan. Horiek gutxi baziren, Saturraraneko kartzelako umezurtzak ere hartu zituzten batzuek. Ez zuten ezer eta hori ere banatu. Auzo hori dena bota egin zuten, Pixeronekoak, Santanekoak, Txailanekoak beste nonbaitera joan ziren. Egun saihespidea igarotzen da, noizbait oholezko etxeak zeuden lekutik. Saltoki handi bat ere eraiki zuten, mendiari urratutako orubean. Hantxe erosten dira orain panpinak, mundu osoan berdinak.
So those were the poems from the Paris Review, and then the one from the New Yorker?
Is this.
Okay, great.
Back from the cannery. Our grandmother worked at the cannery, and our mother and aunts. They were workers, not housewives, or were that too. I liked that smell they brought home when they came in from work, that smell of fish, perspiration, and brine, though they all hated it, the smell that's so hard to wash off and forget. The women at our house worked in the cannery, and afterward at home. They cleaned anchovies at the kitchen table, while I played around underneath it. If I was lucky, they'd give me a taste. Even sandwiches were anchovy ones, or tuna fish. I preferred that to sausage or chocolate, even though my friends laughed at me. Those were some different times. Back then, the women sang in the canneries, and their bosses gave them leave if they had to breastfeed the baby. The women took their breaks together in their work clothes, leaning against the stone wall, taking the sun or smoking, eyes closed. They had a peaceful moment that way and forgot about work, husbands and children. Today, quite a few years later, I close my eyes too, wanting to find that peaceful moment of theirs. I open my mouth, expectantly maybe, for a woman's hand to give me the gift of an anchovy fillet. The gift arrived over the kitchen table while I was playing underneath it, alone, because they had to work.
Emakumea fabrikatik bueltan. Kontserba fabrikan egiten zuen lan amamak, eta amak, eta izebek. Langileak ziren, ez, etxeko andreak, edo hori ere bai. Gustuko nuen lanetik etortzen zirenean sekarten usainura, arrain izerdi eta gatzun usaina. Naiz eta beraiek gorrotatzen zuten. Garbitzeko eta hazteko horren zaila den ura. Fabrikan lan egiten zuten etxeko emakumeek eta ostean etxean. Antxoak garbitzen zituzten sukaldeko mahaian. Ni azpian jolasten nintzen bitartean. Zorteko banintzen, probatzeko emango zidaten. Ogitartekoak ere antxoekin ziren, nik nahiago nuen hori txerrikia ero txokolatea baino. Lagunek barre egiten zidaten arren. Beste garai batzuk ziren. Orduan emakumeek abestu egiten zuten fabriketan. Eta ugazabek baimena ematen zieten aurrari bularra eman behar bazioten. Elkarrekin hartzen zuten atseden emakumeek. Laneko arropekin harrizko hormaren kontra eguzkia hartzen edo erretzen begiak itxita. Bake une bat bizitzen zuten horrela. Eta hazten ziren lanaz, senarrez eta seme-alabez. Egun, urtean dana beranduago, nik ere begiak isten ditut, beraien bake une ura bizi nahian. Ahoa zabaltzen dut esperoan edo, esku batek opari egin diezatan antxoa xerra bat. Sukaldeko mahai gainetik zetorren oparia. Ni azpian jolasten nintzen bitartean. Bakarrik, beraiek lan egin behar zuten eta.
Thank you so much, both of you. That was beautiful. I had read the Cannery poem in the New Yorker, but I was hearing the Paris Review poems for the first time. It's such a beautiful portfolio of work. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
So I've known you both for, I think I met you around the same time. I might have met you a little bit before Elizabeth. And I've known you for 18 years. So I know the story of how you met and how you began this collaboration. But I think the audience might enjoy hearing it. Can you tell us how this extraordinary poetical symbiosis began?
By an excellent accident of what I think of as Bilbao luck. I spent a year there in 99, 2000, starting to study this language. And
can you say what led you to wish to study Basque?
Let's see, two people from the Basque country in Madrid in 1972 is the short answer. Wow. And they took us under their wing, taught us how to make potato omelet, and taught us some words in Basque and said, "Shh, don't say these on the subway. You'll get in big trouble." That was the first. It really got borne in on me that Franco, who was still alive at that time, had banned these languages, and then when I had this year-long fellowship that I could go anywhere outside North America, it didn't take me long to decide to go there and see if a year was long enough to do it.
And at that point, did you have contacts there? Did you know anyone there? Did you?
Well, it was very strange. An old friend of mine here was a friend of someone who was a mounter for Saul LeWitt. And he had just been in Bilbao for a number of months mounting a Saul LeWitt show at the Guggenheim or a piece. And he gave her to give to me the name of a woman who ran a small hotel. And I wrote to her with my best usted and almost vuestra merced, and she wrote back saying hi. And through her I found an apartment and and any number of other good things. And also by Bilbao chance, I found a place that was offering start from zero lessons in the spring, which was not usual, and it was a year was just enough to learn compound sentences and how to read the newspaper, and so I could continue from online, but kept going back every 6 months to do classes and whatnot, and I was reading the newspaper, and Kierman was writing a column for the Galdunan Bunkaria, and I could understand them. It was great. They were right at my level, looking up very few words, and also I liked the aesthetic that he was writing in these pieces. And the next February, when I was there, this was in 2002, he had. I was telling my tutor about this. He said, "Oh, he's got a piece in today's paper," and he Xeroxed it for me. And I was carrying that around in my bag, and all of a sudden, showing it to classmates of mine, and one of them a week later, there was a little picture of him in the corner of the column. And she said, she called me and said, "You have to come to my Basque school." And his cousin was teaching there. and so we got into touch, and he sent me his poetry book, which had come out 2 years before, right?
1 year.
And
so 2001.
And was that your first book, Kierman?
Yeah, it was my first book. Yeah, it was my debut book, poetry book. Yeah, it was Meanwhile in My Hand. Yeah, and then we organized that gathering at the Bowery Poetry Club, that reading with poetry and music and some images. And then everything started to work really fast, because then Elizabeth sent some poems to the New Yorker. One was published, and then to another magazines, and Grey Wolf.
And Esther told me, "Oh, you need to apply for this Pen Translation Fund grant for this." and I said, "Oh, I don't have it," and she said, "Oh, you must, you really must." And we got one. And then they wrote to us when that press release went out from the grant. Grey Wolf wrote to us and it said, "We'd like to see the manuscript when it's done."
That's right. You are one of the first big successes of the Penheim Translation Fund. I knew that, but somehow it had receded in my mind. It's great to be reminded of that. And so they literally wrote to you as a result of the press release. Grey Wolf did. Wow.
I was extremely impressed, well, you had been doing work in the Pen Translation Committee, pounding on that fact of our terrible, shameful percentage of translations in this country. And it really raised people's consciousness, I think.
Kierman, how has being translated into English impacted you? I think it's always interesting for people to hear what for an author, the translation of the work into another language can mean.
No, to me, it was really important. I mean, my life changed.
You're now living in New York, right? So
that's why I'm living here now, because of that trip that we did in 2003. And then came the translation of the book, and then Elizabeth translated my first novel, Bilbao, near Bilbao, also, and we get working together. So to me, it's really, really important. And for a Basque or a minority language or a small language writer, is really, really, I think it's really important to be translated into a language like English, no, a big language, so people can read you, and people can know what we write in those languages that are around the big traditions like the Basque, no? So yeah, the translation of my poems made by Elizabeth changed everything, and it's beautiful because I have the sensation that I had a lot of help from Elizabeth and other people during my career, and that's beautiful, no? Because Elizabeth she's American, of course, but she's Basque too. So yeah, you can be Basque if you want. So it's beautiful. So just learning the language, you are Basque. My translator into Japanese, Nami Kaneko, she's really nice too. So she's Japanese and Basque also. So I found, to me, the translators are so important. They are my friends, but then they are really beautiful people who are bringing this marvelous literature into English and bringing it to the world. No, I think they do a really, really important job to me. Yeah.
I love that being Basque is like being a New Yorker. All you have to do is want, and you can be Basque or you can be a New Yorker, right? Like that famously, if you're crazy enough to want to live in New York, you're a New Yorker. So you're both Basque. You're both Basque and you're both New Yorkers.
Yeah. I mean, I'm Basque. I write in Basque from New York to the world. So that's my idea. That's my plan, secret plan, no? So, and it's
not so secret anymore.
No, I would say it's quite public. It's quite public.
So it's beautiful because being here, I am there too. So I didn't escape from the Basque country. So I'm in touch with my society, with my people, with my readers there. And yeah, but I think being here, I can be really useful for my culture and my language. So yeah, I'm happy. So being here, I am there. So being in New York, I am more Basque.
Just as a reminder though, Kirman, of how exceptional your situation is, in the whole panorama of Basque literature, how many writers are there that have seen their work appear in English?
There are some, but I think the number is
There's Chachaga.
Yeah,
and you know, a smattering of Ramon César Vitoria, which extraordinary novel of his, and you know, and bit by bit, there, you know, I mean, also. Translators are being developed. You know, there are ever more people who can translate directly from Basque to English, and that, you know, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, it has been a really big step forward. So translating from Basque directly to another languages. No, it has been a really big jump. To me, the next revolution, cultural revolution, will come from those small languages. So yeah. So because one, we are helping to the cultural biodiversity of the world. This is important. But second, writing in Basque, I can be braver. I mean, so I can prove new narrative forms, new poetic forms. I can be freer writing. So this is the same with writers from minorities. So if you see Bernardine Evaristo or Claudia Rankin, she's amazing. And she speaks about the African American people, but the form she uses is so original. So it's if you read Claudia Rankin, it's like it's poetry, but it's a really original poetry, really new forms of poetry. So I think that the Basque or Catalan writers, because we are in Sant Jordi, can give to the world new forms of writing, and this is really important. Why? Because we can write without the pressure of big companies or without the pressure of being sold, no? And we don't have to sell a lot of novels to be writers, so we can prove new forms, and this is amazing how people from minorities is writing, okay, with big ideas about how to change the world, how to do the world better. But second, those writers, like they are like around, they are trying new narrative forms, and they are like, I don't know, they are doing marvelous things. Yeah.
You just made me think about what Jonathan Schell says in The Unconquerable World, which is that if you added up all the minorities on Earth, they would be a clear majority.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you also propose a revolutionary alternate form of globalization, which I think we would benefit all of us, benefit every single one of us.
Suez Canal.
Right. So I think we are pretty close to running out of time. I just want to say thank you to both of you. It's been my privilege to watch the development of this extraordinary connection between you over all these years, and just to see it continue to grow and grow. It's a joy, and it always has been. And I congratulate both of you, and many, many more books and poems to come, I hope.
Thank you.
Really lovely to talk here.
Hello, my name is Rachel Daum. I'm really delighted to be here today. I'm going to be reading to you from the section of the novel called Lusitania in English, Lusitania in Serbian. This novel came out in 2017 in Serbia. It's by Diaa, and in 2017 it was also awarded the NIN Prize, which is the highest literary prize conferred in Serbia. I was also really honored to have been selected for a 2021 Penheim Translation Fund grant for my translation of this novel. So I'm really glad to be reading from it here today. I'm currently translating the novel, and today I'm going to read for you a section of chapter 4. The only thing that you need to know up to this point is that it's during World War I, and the Belgrade Insane Asylum has been granted its own extraterritorial status, thus becoming the world's smallest nation. And the head doctor, Dr. Stojanovic, has by default become its prime minister. So just keep that name in mind. And here's chapter 4. Thank you. For much of his life, Mr. Teofilowicz had imagined his own death. Or more precisely, he imagined what would endure of him in death, that which after the final hour would remain behind as eternal proof of his existence. Because for him, death was in every mirror, every shadow, and every photograph his gaze aged in. And in that omnipresence, there was something undoubtedly grave. During his first immigrant journey to America in the penultimate decade of the 19th century, docking in the New York harbor by the incomprehensible knotted steel skeleton of what would become the Statue of Liberty, a vision came to young Teofilowicz of the tomb that he would erect for himself in his native Belgrade. As though he had in that moment passed over some twin threshold, this seemingly incongruous thought shaped both the whole of his following immigrant life and his decade-long progress in one of New York's architectural studios. It was only in Jugendstil that Teofilovich, otherwise of meager architectural ambitions, recognized the expediency of modern architectural expression and the toil of construction altogether. And in that seemingly banal, stylishly seductive coinciding of forms, he spied the wondrously dark and endlessly complex theater of immersion into the essence of the relationship between man and time. Jugendstil, Teofilovich observed, served no other purpose than to subversively and indirectly mold the end of humanity, unveil the terrible beauty of fallen cities, homelands, and hearthstones of man in the abyss of indifferent nature. Each genuinely realized Jugendstil building in Teofilovich's eyes was like a body dissolved and from which vines of rich leaves and ringed interweaving roots violently bloomed, a body rich of earth and minerals that with its spiderwebby grasp and crystallizing processes rose magnificently from its cankerous womb. At night, Teofilovich's imaginings in the spacious mansards on Third Avenue stretched from the dusty coal lines and spread ever longer and more ambitious, and grew like titanic nails and cascades of hair. He covered the walls with drawings he created, and looming models of wattle and loam descended down the rasping platted floor for years. During the day, Teofilovich regularly went to work, indifferently but conscientiously fulfilling his obligations. He spent his lunch breaks in an Italian restaurant for a meal he usually left behind half of, looking long at the unfinished food on his plate. It should be said that Teofilovich, being of humble and unpretentious character, did not, in the devising of his burial monument, start his work from conceit, his own personal significance, or delusions of any kind. On the contrary, his work had as its sole purpose responding with gratitude and sublime respect to the gift that nature extends to man, to consciously face the matter of his own inexorable and final disappearance. "It will be a monument to my unfinished lunch," was written in Teofilovich's comprehensive yearly diary for 1915, which the work of incredible circumstance would one day bring to the hands of Dr. Stoyanovich. These writings, in whose margins Stoyanovich's notes were added here and there, indicate that in his years of work, Teofilovich turned a considerable profit and established for himself a fairly comfortable life in Manhattan. In the age of electric trolleys and skyscrapers, steel towers and locomotives, the era of gilded splendor and hysteria, world fairs and human zoos, Mercuries and winged sandals carved into palaces inspired by unrelenting progress. Teofilovich himself, though aesthetically attuned to modern architectural expression, tended to live outside the inspiration of his dictated surroundings and time, except for that which impelled him to design his tomb. At the start of the first decade of the 20th century, via telegraphic transactions and an intermediary in Belgrade, he leased a plot sufficient for the construction of a bulky chapel, approximately the size of a small domicile, in Belgrade's newly founded new cemetery, contracting in advance all the legal details of the property and characteristics of the future edifice. From the aforementioned writings, not a single scrap of information exists regarding Teofilovich's familial, friendly, romantic, or work-related relationships in Belgrade or New York. Not a single mention, excepting the unnamed intermediary in Belgrade, of any person to whom the process or purpose of his actions was even partially communicated. From Teofilovich's every act, recorded thought, and architectural idea, a figure emerges sincerely uninterested in closeness, a man non-social and full of scorn, one might even say an everyday grump, but we shall refrain here from such oversimplifications and harsh accusations. There can be no doubt that he was a well-situated lone wolf, to use a common term, in his late 40s with a secure career and fixed habits, when, at the end of April 1915, out of the blue and with not a word extra in his written statement, he quit his position in the New York studio and set sail in a transatlantic liner towards war-torn Europe and Belgrade. This abrupt rush was most likely due to the intent as a citizen of the United States, which was a country neutral in the war, to secure his plot in the Belgrade cemetery in the hopes that, Independent of the circumstances of politics and war, and notwithstanding into whose hand Belgrade would fall, he would find understanding and respect for legal process, whether under one sovereign or another. After all, lost my place. After all, Belgrade had for Teofilowicz been the setting of his childhood and adolescence, the events of which are in any case to us unknown, secret, and inaccessible, except for one detail mentioned in Stoimirovich's notebooks concerning an attempt using hypnosis to awaken memories in his silent patient. Chestnut, Teofilowicz had stated, in which Stoimirovich recorded, later adding a number of pages of botanical drawings of chestnut leaves and fruits besides the word, as though its meaning were hidden in those illustrations. It had been the only response Teofilowicz had given to the doctor when requested to describe his parents' home. Mr. Teofilowicz's architectural sketches having disappeared with the sinking of the Lusitania, we may judge based solely on the descriptions found in his notebooks and the presuppositions Dr. Stoimirovich enumerated in his comments. Thus, it remains to us only to imagine the possible outcomes of the lost project, bearing in mind Teofilowicz's predicative fascination with anatomy and the features of Jugendstil. Of all the common names, only this German one is mentioned in the writings. It remains unclear, however, whether even Teofilowicz himself fully grasped the entirety of his work, being that the project of the tomb was so complex that he had needed to create some dozens, perhaps even hundreds of individual drawings that built on each other, as though they themselves were parts of a natural, biological, or tectonic process of excreting, accreting, fermenting, suffusing, effusing, inundating, hybridizing, joining, perforating, undulating, disintegrating. In Teofilowicz's preserved notebooks, Stoimirovich underlined specifically these words, which the artist had named each individual drawing respective to each act to be built into the monument. Nameless grave made all of verbs, wrote Stoimirovich in the margins of the notebook, indicating that Teofilowicz's future tomb had no space for a name, nor for any written word. Information regarding the interior of this unusual chapel is scarce, and in all probability, Teofilowicz's original portfolio of drawings, with which he boarded the RMS Lusitania on May 1st, 1915, was significantly different from the later one, which appeared after his fall into the earth, but more on that a little later on. News of Teofilowicz's death in the shipwreck arrived in Belgrade in a long string of unconfirmed and contradictory reports which followed the sinking of the famous transoceanic ship. For days, the company Cunard Line supplied diplomatic agencies, affiliated associations, and individuals with lists of passengers living, dead, and missing. The lists changed from one day to the next. The living were declared dead, and sometimes the dead living, and the list of the missing spilled over onto both sides, until those changes subsided, and with them, the hope of any little good news. As things stood, no one in Belgrade, after a quarter-century absence, knew of or connected Teofilowicz with relatives living or dead, except through written correspondence, individuals from the cemetery administration who had drawn up the contract with them for the leasing of the plot, and that aforementioned unknown intermediary. As no one had made any special effort to find out on which list this passenger of Serbian origin was to be found, the public in short order elected to inter him, thereupon publishing a pathetic text on the suffering of the returnee, an odd narrative about Teofilowicz's lease, along with a statement from a representative of the cemetery on the legal proceedings which would follow upon confirmation of the tenant's death. On the sixth day of the Lusitania's journey, May 7th, Teofilowicz was shaken from his work by a muffled explosion, and soon after by another, followed by a barely perceptible tilt. Calmly putting down his drawing tools and donning his coat, in whose inside pocket he kept a notebook he would lean over as though to record the grimmest secrets, especially during meals on board ship, Teofilowicz from his cramped windowless cabin went into the corridor. The uncommon utilization of that notebook cost him an unpleasant interrogatory conversation with the staff in charge of identifying war spies. On the very first day, sitting on the front deck with his nose stuck in his little book, he was brought along with 3 German citizens into a small area near the command bridge. For those 3, the ship's security staff had no doubt. They were immediately locked in a special chamber, which, as the records stand, they never left. Teofilowicz was freed reportedly at the behest of Captain Turner himself, who had already had his nerves tested by the security officers even more than by the passengers for whose blather and senseless questions, particularly those from the more expensive tickets, the captain harbored deep scorn. Perhaps that's why the silent Teofilovich in Turner's eyes seemed a model passenger who simply attended to his own work. When the first explosion that morning sent half the crews on duty to lower the lifeboats, not suspecting the scale of the damage, Teofilovich went out to seek out the source of the blasts. When he reached the bridge, breaking through the corridor filled with individuals more confused than frightened, under the light of a bright, chilly day, a startling spectacle of death emerged before him. Terrified passengers leaping into lifeboats, hanging over the slanted deck railing, a few barely clinging to the edge, hanging the abyss. A moment later, and the front hoist yielded under the heavy load, and the mass of bodies, as one, tumbled from a great height into the sea. The second explosion, following a few minutes after being struck by the German torpedo, the origins of which even today are disputed, was presumably more destructive than the first blow, and in its strength was so devastating that it all but halved the lower decks of the massive ship and swept away all possibility of control from the surviving crew. Like Teofilovich, many passengers took more than 10 minutes to fully grasp what had befallen them, given the size of the Lusitania and the distance of the passengers from the epicenter of the fatal events. The moment he realized he didn't have much time left, Teofilovich attempted to return to his cabin to fetch his drawings. The sudden worsening of the situation prevented him in this, water rushing across the open bulwarks of the already sharply upturned ship, breaking through the staircases and corridors, carrying drowning bodies from the lower decks and broken ship furniture with them, and only by the will of an unknown passenger or sailor who thrust a life vest over his head in the midst of the utter confusion, was Teofilovich saved from certain doom. The vest for survival in the case of a shipwreck was fashioned from a resistant canvas filled with cork. Despite its light weight, the hardness of the cork on falling into the sea caused injuries to the neck and the jaw, even incapacitating a number of passengers in the case they survived the fall at all. Teofilivich's fall into the sea in his later testimonies was linked and alternatively referred to as his fall into the earth, an expression he would unconsciously use to describe the large gap in his memory. Thus, two events are left to us, between which lies an interview of at least a few weeks, to link to the whole that will best present Teofilivich's experience from the moment when he, unconscious and on the brink of death, was loaded into the tugboat the Indian Empire, one of the vessels sent from Queenstown Harbor, whose horrified crew, unprepared for the sight which awaited for them, collected the living and dead passengers of the Lusitania until the late hours of the night. Teofilovich, being that his name was not recorded on the list of those rescued, was at first situated alongside the deceased and unloaded ashore like a great number of other passengers, frozen and lacking visible signs of life, who in the following hours would rise from the dead. However, those who did not return from death were considerably more numerous. In the city, a day of mourning was quickly declared, and a mass funeral followed shortly after the city officials concluded that so many bodies and calls for the return of the deceased to their places of origin simply could not be properly dealt with. Thank you very much.
Els llegums són tan importants a la dieta mediterrània perquè han sigut, són i crec que ho seran, no, una font de proteïna vegetal super important a la nostra dieta.
My name is Marjolande Jager, and I'll be talking about and reading from the Bridge Tower Sonata. The Bridge Tower Sonata is a historical novel that tells the story of the life of George Bridgetower, the son of a black Barbadian father and a white Polish mother. He is a violin prodigy, and at age 9 is being introduced to the concert-going public in Paris by his father, Frederick the Augustus. As the French Revolution is about to explode, father and son flee to London next, where the Prince of Wales eventually takes him under his wing. In his early 20s, George goes to Vienna, where he develops a very close relationship with Beethoven, who composes a violin sonata especially for him, the Sonata Mulatica. However, their friendship suffers an irreparable break, and George returns to London in the end. Beyond the story of one young violinist, the novel delves into issues of class, privilege, race, and the political upheavals of the time, not dissimilar to our own time. For an American reader who loves poetry and reads Rita Dove, you might already be familiar with this story, as she has written a volume-length poem about the Sonata Mulatica. In the passage I will read, Frederick and George are visiting the Paris home of the Chevalier de Saint Georges, from whom the father hopes to get support for additional concert bookings for his young son. Present at the home is also a friend of the Chevalier de Saint Georges, Alexandre Dumas. They have just come to realize through their discussion that Frederick is George's true father, not an adoptive father, not a tutor, which they do not understand. Both Saint George and Dumas had left the island of their birth quite young, one from Guadeloupe and the other from Santo Domingo. They'd grown up in the sparkling milieu of Paris, where the philosophers, challenging the monarchy and the aristocracy, were demanding freedom and equality, and where philosophical associations were defying the powerful circle of colonial planters by demanding the end of both slave trade and slavery. Still, they couldn't imagine that a mulatto child had been conceived by the love of a white woman for a black man. To Frederick Augustus, who was born in Barbados, the word slave didn't automatically refer to skin color, but rather to the individual social condition. The reason was simple. For a very long time, most of the slaves on the island had been white, Irish people reduced to slavery by the English. They used to work on the tobacco plantations that were the wealth of the island, and it wasn't until the most lucrative cane sugar was cultivated and replaced tobacco that black slaves began to be imported. They were thought to be better adapted to that sort of labor. But make no mistake, the lot of the Irish was no more enviable than theirs, and often worse. Working on the sugar cane or cotton plantation was hard, to be sure, but it didn't make you sick, which unfortunately was the case with tobacco, whose leaves were poisonous. The effect of that poison was felt when the sun would beat down mercilessly on head and neck, and the temperature was above 104 in the shade. They would sweat abundantly and be thirsty. The more they drank, the more they felt like vomiting, whereupon dozens of slaves could be seen doubled over the tobacco leaves or collapsing with dizziness. It was at such moments that the foreman proved most cruel, whipping the sick to force them back to work. It was also when most of the accidents occurred, for feeling ill and weak, the cutters would miss their target and cut off their hand or forearm, sometimes cutting their veins. Frederick the Augustus knew this because one of his grandfather's friends, an Irish slave, who was so severely poisoned after 20 years of working in the tobacco fields that he had a permanent headache and always kept a flask of rum within hand's reach, a heavy swig of which he claimed prevented him from vomiting every time he felt nauseated. The man was already on the plantation when a Dutch captain dropped Frederick the Augustus's then still very young grandfather off on the island. When the declining cultivation of tobacco began to make way for sugarcane, and a large section of the Irish slaves had been sold or deported to Montserrat and Antigua, this man stayed. He teamed up with his grandfather and grew close to his son, the father of Frederick the Augustus. He too used to participate in the crop over feast, and when you heard a violin tune rise above the sounds of the African instruments, he was the fiddler player. These parties were always a joy. People sang, danced, but most of all they drank. As a boy, Frederick the Augustus loved to sit down beside the two cohorts when, after downing several swigs, they used to get involved in sometimes rather confused but always fascinating discussions. Without these conversations, where one would tell the other about what he'd suffered, Frederick the Augustus would have never understood that slavery and its cruelty were indifferent to the color of one's skin. It was from the mouth of the Irishman that he learned that the tortures the slaves endured during the Atlantic crossings, whether they came to the Caribbean islands from African or Irish shores, were identical. Even more amazing, however, was the discovery that a Black slave was treated better than his Irish counterpart, for he was worth 10 times more money, and thus the masters would think twice before beating him to death. In addition, the colonists used the African men to sire mixed blood offspring with often very young female Irish slaves, which produced even more valuable merchandise than either of their parents would. Indeed, Frederick the Augustus had often wondered if he might not have a half-brother among the mulattoes who'd grown up on their plantation. That was the world from which Frederick the Augustus came. He wasn't about to explain all that to the two others. It would have been too complicated and undoubtedly quite useless. The most important thing for him was to offer a simple and clear response to conclude the topic and move on to the purpose of his visit. George Augustus is my child, he finally said, my very own child. My wife, his mother that is Polish. We were married in Biała Podlaska, a city in Poland in the region of Galicia. We have 2 children. George is the older one and Friedrich is the younger. My wife is now living in Dresden with Friedrich. Married, you say? St. George exclaimed. Here in this kingdom it is forbidden by law for any man of color, especially a Black man, to marry a white woman, he explained. He was silent for a while, then added, you can do whatever you want with a white woman. What, you say? Yes, everything. Merely flirt or make her your mistress, even a jealous mistress, whatever you like. But marry her? Absolutely not. Even if you love her and she loves you with a deep, abiding love. Frederick the Augustus noticed that St. George had uttered the last phrase with such bitterness that it led him to believe it concerned a personal wound. And he wasn't wrong. It was no secret that St. George had been madly in love with Louise Rosalie du Gazon, a remarkable singer of light opera, praised to the skies by public and critics alike for her beauty as well as her reedy voice. Moreover, she had certainly responded to him, for they were both profoundly in love, quite openly and publicly, until the singer gave birth to a son, and St. George was not allowed to claim paternity, which was then attributed to another man, even if everyone agreed that the child bore a striking resemblance to the Chevalier. Frederick the Augustus didn't know how to react or respond. Actually, he didn't see the point of this conversation. He'd come to talk about music, about booking concerts and money to be earned. And instead, he found himself embroiled in a discussion about the condition of Blacks and people of color in France. He wanted to bring this digression to a close at all costs and get back to the purpose of his visit. So he ignored what St. George had just said and came straight to the point. George would like to give a second concert in Paris. We thought that you might be able to help us. That is also the reason why Haydn wrote you. Well, you thought correctly. I can get you another concert at the Tuileries in the Hall of Machine or the Hall of the Panthéon as a benefit concert. That's what little George should have. What I should have mentioned right up front, and will now mention with great emphasis, the Bridge Tower Sonata. This historical novel was written by Emmanuel Dongala, who came from Congo many years ago, taught chemistry at Bard College, and is currently retired. And we'll be doing some readings, as far as I just heard as well, or interviews. So I hope you will follow along with Emmanuel Dongala's career, his literature. Several other of his novels have been translated. And this book, to me, is an absolute jewel. So I hope you have enjoyed this and will try and find the book to read. Thank you.
Hi, this is William Ellison. I'm zooming in from Santa Barbara, and I'm a professor of South Asian religions at the University of California, Santa Barbara.
And I'm Andy Rotman, zooming in from Smith College here in Northampton, Massachusetts, and I am also a professor of South Asian religions.
Yeah, and Andy is really the star of this segment. He is a scholar of Buddhism and Hinduism, and has translated a great deal from Buddhist classical literature in Sanskrit. And what we're going to be introducing you to today is material and ideas from his latest book, which is called Hungry Ghosts. It's actually releasing next month from Wisdom Publications. And I'm going to ask Andy to tell us a bit about his book, about his studies, about his analysis of a special kind of Buddhist being called the Hungry Ghost, and about challenges that are particular to working with ancient Sanskrit texts, challenges having to do with translating into contemporary 21st century English from the Sanskrit of perhaps the 1st century CE. So let me get started, Andy, with the question, what is a hungry ghost?
That is a great question. So hungry ghosts in Buddhist materials are a special class of being. Within the Buddhist imagination, there are various kinds of beings. There are humans, there are animals, there are hell beings, there are divine beings, and there's a special class called hungry ghosts. And hungry ghosts look unique. The descriptions of hungry ghosts that we have in early materials is the idea that they have very tiny mouths like pinholes, stomachs like mountains, and they are kind of burning, inflamed. And the idea here is that hungry ghosts are really an embodiment of craving, that this is the physical body that you're born with for kind of wanting too much. But it's a very particular kind of want. Now, what's interesting within the Buddhist imagination, you have standardly 10 different cold hell realms and 10 different hot hell realms, and all different kinds of divine beings, but just one kind of hungry ghost. So it's an interesting moment of what is it that perplexed or bothered early Buddhists such that they'd create one specific fate for one specific pathology. So the interesting thing is what's the pathology, right? What gets you reborn as a hungry ghost?
What do you, or what do all of us have to avoid, recognize as a problem, avoid, steer clear from, lest we be reborn as a hungry ghost?
So that's the question, right? Either what do you do to be reborn as a hungry ghost if you're truly a masochist, or what do you do to avoid such a fate? And what the Buddhists say in this early material is it's really based about kind of one idea. It's what I translate as meanness. The Sanskrit of it is matsarya. And they present this idea that human beings can follow a particular pathology that will lead them into terrible straits. And the pathology looks like this. It starts with a kind of miserliness and clinging. You're holding on to things. And what happens from this kind of clinging is that you develop a kind of false consciousness that leads to a kind of self-righteousness. You're simply sure of things. And from that surety, what happens is that folks act out in spiteful and vindictive ways against those they think of are freeloaders, those who have somehow gotten something that they didn't earn. And often they use piss and shit as their weapons, quite literally, in a kind of seemingly kind of like juvenile way. And so what's interesting is that we have this kind of full pathology, and that if you engage in this and lead a life overrun by matsarya, by meanness, you're reborn as a hungry ghost. But what's especially interesting in the text is there's this idea that within Buddhist materials that there's basically two ways of being a human, a hungry ghost, a hell being. One is your physical body and one is your mental state. So the idea is that if you engage in high-level meditative practices, you're actually traveling temporarily up to a divine realm. And if you engage in really miserable forms of human behavior, you're actually like descending into the gutters that are a hell realm. So hungry ghosts.
This is to sort of set aside the whole doctrine of rebirth, or to bracket it, right? It enables you to read the kinds of didactic stories, which are, I say didactic because they, they are there for ultimately moral instruction, but they're also very amusing to read, and that clearly is part of their power as well. Anyway, but you could read them. An American reader in the year 2021, in the month of May 2021, when you can go to your bookstore and pick up a copy of Andy's book, you could read these stories and encounter them as being immediately pertinent to you. It's not predicated on rebirth.
No, not at all. I'm going to get to that. But the idea here is that you can develop mindsets such that humans can really be hungry ghosts. You can have a hungry ghost mindset. And that's really what the text is talking about, not so much these beings that one is reborn as, but what are these kind of really terrible mindsets that can lead to really terrible repercussions of to be having a life consumed by meanness. And what's interesting, I think, is that it's a world that we'll recognize, a world of people who are stingy and miserly and mean and vindictive and full of various kind of self-righteous fury for those they view as freeloaders. So it's a pathology that might have been first used to describe people in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century CE. But as far as I can tell, there are still people like that, and you probably know some of them.
And so this must have been on your mind as a translator when you were translating from Sanskrit into English, into contemporary English. Also, you're translating from the kinds of cultural assumptions, from the cultural landscape of ancient India in the 1st or 2nd centuries of the Common Era, into, would it be fair to say, specifically the American landscape of 2021, 2020, 2021?
I mean, what's interesting about these stories, so the stories that I'm translating in this and commenting on are from the early centuries of the Common Era, 2nd, 3rd, 4th century, we're not exactly sure, but certainly in those early eras. But they're meant to be accessible, right? These are stories, they're written in a kind of Sanskrit that is relatively easy accessible and very visceral, right? I mean, these are stories and they're meant to shake you. The idea of these stories is that when you hear them, you'd be like, whoa, and you'd get like kind of, it's a little bit like, the idea is to shake you out of your complacency. So for the stories to work as a translation, they also have to shake people out of their complacency. If I'm trying to think of translating not just words, but translating effects, so that you'll hear it and you'll be like, whoa. My idea here is that these stories are a little bit like a corollary to kind of scared straight programs, right? Where you used to like, you'd hear prisoners talk about how terrible their existence is. And that's a lot what we have here. We have hungry ghosts talking about like, oh man, don't do what I did, or you're going to end up in this absolutely terrible fate. And it's meant to be unsettling. So the question is how to translate something so that it's productively unsettling, not parody, not history, something, but you're like, ooh, like if it works well, you're supposed to be unsettled. So it was to try to find the right register of the language in English that could make that work.
part of the projection of affect has to do with it seems to me like a shift in rhetorical or stylistic registers into kind of, really direct language, like piss, shit. You're using very strong, earthy colloquial terms. Again, to go back to your wonderful image of scared straight, it's like a piss, shit kind of thing, right?
So it's very much supposed to do that in the early Indian imagination. Kind of these folks were very bound up in certain kind of issues of purity, and for them, piss and shit was even more horrifying than piss and shit is for modern Americans. So you really want to have that kind of punch. So I thought it might be a good idea to kind of read a little bit of the Sanskrit and translate it to get a sense of what the Sanskrit sounds like, what I've translated, but also what a hungry ghost looks like.
Awesome.
And what kind of revulsion or feelings that might create in the listener. So this is from a short story called Pot of Shit. I'll read the Sanskrit and the English.
How do you say pot of shit in Sanskrit?
Varchagata. So Ata Ayushman Mahamodulyanaha Pretim Madrakshid Dagdastuna Sadrisham Nagnam Swakesha Sachananam Suchi Chidra Upapanamukim Parvata Upamakukshim Adiptam Pradiptam Prajvalitam Ekajvalibhutam Dmayantim Arthaswaram Kradantim Trishartam Dukam Tivram Karam Katukam Amanapam Vedanam Vedyamanam. And it keeps on going.
Yeah.
I'll read you that. So what that little bit said is, then the venerable Mahamogalyana saw a hungry ghost who looked like a burned out tree stump, naked and totally covered with hair, with a mouth like the eye of a needle and a stomach like a mountain. She was ablaze, a light, a flame, a single fiery mass, a perpetual cremation. Tormented by thirst, she was racked with sensations that were searing, piercing, distressing, agonizing, and acute, and she was crying out in pain. She was foul-smelling, really foul-smelling. She looked like shit, and she was feeding on feces, and even those she only procured with difficulty. The text literally says she looks like shit. Like it's not using the text figuratively. So part of the punishment of being a hungry ghost is the food that you pick up turns into piss and shit, and you in some ways are like akin to piss and shit. So it's an interesting one where it's almost hard to visualize this, and it might be one reason why we have no early representations of hungry ghosts, but it's like you look like a burned out wooden like stump, and you're covered in hair, and you're in flames, and you have a mouth and throat like a pinhole and a stomach like a mountain. That's not easy to put all those pieces together to imagine what it is. And I think that that's part of it. In the original, when someone would hear it, it's like they couldn't put all the pieces together. And with each new horror, when you're like, and they look like shit, how can you do all those things and actually look like a piece of shit? So it's an interesting visual problem to put all the data together. And
yeah, I feel like it's also a characteristic kind of rhetorical move that I know it's a popular move within this body of literature because I've read some of your other work, and there's this kind of accumulation of details, and it's very rhythmic in the delivery. We heard it when you were reading the Sanskrit, and of course we can tell that you're working with that kind of repetition and the cumulative piling on of details in your translation as well. Of course, in your previous work translating Buddhist didactic narratives, there's also, to kind of, I guess, elicit effects not so much of disgust and humor as here, but I would say a sense of marvel or of wonder.
Yeah.
The kind of jewels on jewels and wealth on wealth. Yeah, anyway, it's
So one of the things
Mhm.
that makes, I think, Hungry Ghosts interesting when you read them is that they're these kind of really wretched figures. And it would be easy in some ways to think, oh, well, they get what they deserve, right? I mean, this is karma for you. You get what you deserve. But one of the oddities about Hungry Ghosts is they're either blessed or cursed with the knowledge of exactly the deeds they did to end up where they are.
Oh,
So
wow.
in some ways, they know exactly the evil deed that they did to lead them where they are. So they can't blame their condition on someone else. They can't say, oh, that's just fate. There's nothing you can do about it. And you get that actually in the description of the various ways that they're on fire. It's like they're a light, they're a flame, it's a single burning mass. And the last term is actually the word for cremation. It's the verb that you would use to light someone else's cremation pyre. But here, they've lit their own cremation pyre. And it's like they are a perpetual cremation. And it is their own karma that is forever lighting their own cremation, except that they don't burn up. They just experience the excruciating pain that is burning. So it's an interesting that it is, they've created the mess for themselves. They know exactly why it is. And the physical pain that they have is exacerbated by the mental pain that it's a suffering that is their own fault.
And they can pinpoint it to perhaps a single deed, a single definitive deed of meanness.
And that's the scared straight, where they're like, hey,
Mhm.
I once did this thing that was really stupid. Let me tell you, and never do that thing. Really don't want to do that thing.
In a different conversation we were having, not being recorded, we were talking about a different translation project that you were working on, where you were talking about humor, the projection of effects, and you had this wonderful line that I cherish, so I'm going to repeat it back at you. We were talking with each other about translation, what is translation supposed to do, different styles of translation, and translating texts that were written, they were designed to elicit laughter, right? Ancient Indian jokes. And you said, I think you were actually speaking on behalf of one of your students, it's a great observation. If it's not funny, then it's not a good translation, right?
Yeah.
If it fails make
this is always also translating for effect. If you're reading a satire and you translate in a way that isn't satirical, that isn't funny, that doesn't bring a smile, your translation just wasn't successful. And I think what's interesting in the Hungry Ghost stories is these were stories that were made to shake you out of your complacency. So if I translate it in some ways that sanitizes it, or turns it into satire, or makes it like a figure of fun, I've done a kind of disservice to the material. How can I translate it so people actually are like, man, that's kind of horrific, which is interesting because it isn't just a word choice. These are choices about affect, and it's hard to conjure the right affect. It's hard enough to understand it in Sanskrit, and it's hard to do it in English, and to try to get the rhythm right. And I spend a lot of time rewriting and rewriting and rewriting.
Tell us a bit about the text that I'm not going to say it's the core of the book, because the book is a great deal of analysis, and it's not at all ponderous. It's not, I would say, it doesn't read like a conventional academic treatise. It's something that I think, I was going to say interested readers should find very accessible. And I want to expand that to say that we should all be interested readers, because none of us is immune from the potential fate of descending into hungry ghostdom. Anyway, a lot of the book is Andy's own argument, and he's not translating from anything but his own head. But tell us a bit about the text that is the seed of the book.
Sure, I can give a little. So there's a text called the Avadana Shataka. This is meaning 100 stories. And in it, there are 10 tales about different things. There's 10 tales about the Buddha. There's 10 tales about like Buddha's previous lives. There's 10 tales about kind of rebirth in heaven. And there are 10 tales about these hungry ghosts. And it seems pretty clear that these stories were used by monastics and others as kind of chapbooks for stories. Like, you're going out into the world, you're meeting lay people, you're supposed to teach something. It's like, we got stories for you, right? And we know that there were monks and nuns who were professional storytellers, and more or less all of them were at some point, because part of what a monk or a nun would do when they're going off to kind of beg for food, for alms, is offer teachings. And these were the stories that people were offering. So these would, you could imagine, stories that were used to help train monks and nuns to better understand the world, but also that monks and nuns would use in their interactions with lay folks. So I translated these 10 stories about kind of hungry ghosts, and I felt like I wanted to do more. Like, the stories were so resonant for me, and particularly this last administration, it felt like, wow, they feel so modern, kind of freakishly so. This idea of meanness in this way, I see it around, as Will was saying to me before. He's like, I was looking for the name for various senators in the back of your book. And they didn't necessarily make it, but other folks do. And then I decided to offer various kinds of introductions. So there's a lengthy introduction, and the first part is kind of, it's within a Buddhist world trying to make sense of the text's understanding of meanness. And then the second half of it is really something like a kind of comparative ethics, where I'm thinking of, if we think about this notion of meanness and the world around us, whether it's, you know, like Gordon Gekko in Wall Street or others, do we see resonances somehow where the world that we live in now can help us understand the Buddhist world, but also the Buddhist world can help us understand the world we exist in now? And then I realized that I'd done this whole world of text, but I hadn't engaged any images. And that in many traditions, it's really the world of hungry ghost images that kind of resonate the most with people, because then somehow it's easier to shock people with an image than to shock them with the text. So then I kind of worked to find my favorite images I could find in a tradition, like Chinese, Japanese, kind of Thai, American, and to use those images in the text. I got permission to do it and write kind of descriptions of them, so that maybe people could be moved by the images, and some thoughts about how hungry ghost images worked, in the same way that there's a sociology of the text, how these stories were told that I told you. There's also a world of how these images were disseminated. So, and then to try to put the images and text kind of in communication with each other. And hopefully, whether people like the text, they like the images and the texts, or just the stories unadorned, there's something for everybody. That's the hope.
Yeah, the book has wonderful images from different Buddhist cultures and artistic traditions that I know you're going to be able to show us in a minute or so. It's so interesting that, you know, the context of the original text, Buddhist India in the early centuries of the Common Era, it has not given us, it has not handed down through history visualizations of hungry ghosts. And yet I think of just present day Japan, where that word gaki, hungry ghost in Japanese, it's such a ubiquitous term of casual abuse that, you know, I think I'll just make up a number, 99% of the time when you call somebody a gaki, you're not really aware that this term has a heritage in Buddhism and in Buddhist teachings. And similarly, I suspect that, you know, gakis, as we'll see, were a popular subject in kind of Japanese popular painting from, let's say, the early modern period. And they're kind of regarded as, you know, laughable grotesques, or the subject of kind of like very niche genre paintings associated with humor, and possibly, like, you know, they're they pose a cautionary lesson, like at the level of kind of a children's bogeyman. But as you demonstrate, Andy, in your book, there are ramifications that have to do with, I think, ideology, political ideology, questions of how you view economic relations. What does it mean to be a relatively prosperous person in a society where many people just don't enjoy your level of prosperity, or are indeed, to be found miserably on the streets, in the margins and the shadows, and you're kind of conditioned not to look for them.
Yeah, let me jump in.
But you can see them.
This is great.
Yeah.
So traditionally, hungry ghosts are said to live in two places. They either live underground in Yama's palace, or they live in the world around us, meaning that animals, humans, and hungry ghosts, traditionally 3 different Buddhist realms, all share the same physical space. And hungry ghosts, in some ways, are there for us to see, but what the texts say is that we've been trained not to see them. So there's this obvious political commentary. Here are these folks who are, in some ways, grotesque, who are suffering from intense hunger that we've been trained not to see. I mean, this is a world of the kind of the marginalized, hungry, poor, that we've simply been trained not to see, and we can see them. And this we also get within the Japanese context. The gaki kind of paintings, you'll often see hungry ghosts simply wandering the streets and nobody sees them. And within the stories, the Buddha will often say, hey, there are those hungry ghosts, and then everybody will look and see them. And it isn't that the Buddha has given them special powers. It's just simply everybody's been trained not to see the poor. And when you look at the images of hungry ghosts, very often, this idea of a giant stomach, a tiny throat, kind of hair either falling out or slightly discolored, gangly limbs. This is kwashiorkor syndrome. This is precisely the illness that someone gets from starvation. And it's quite clear that many of the images are actually based on starving people, particularly within the kind of Japanese world. So what is it when you look at an image of a hungry ghost and you see hungry ghosts wandering the street that nobody sees, except the hungry ghosts look almost identical or parodies or something of actual starving people who are wandering the streets? It's kind of hard not to see a certain political commentary here. And that's often explicit in the materials. I mean, they're saying, like, open your eyes to the starving people all around you.
We've got about 5 minutes. Maybe it's time for us to
I'll show
you. Yeah.
So there are lots of hungry ghost images. I'm going to show you one that I particularly like. This is the Burning Mouth Ghost King. It's a Chinese image from the 17th century. And what it all basically, this is a visualization of a particular story. So the Burning Mouth Ghost King comes up to Ananda, the kind of Buddha's right-hand man, and tells him, hey, Ananda, in 3 days, you're going to die and be reborn among hungry ghosts and suffer all those torments, unless you can somehow figure out how to feed millions of hungry ghosts in the interim. So the Buddha goes, Ananda goes to the Buddha and says, oh my God, like, I'm going to be reborn as a hungry ghost. And the Buddha's like, I have a ritual for you. So the Buddha teaches Ananda a special text, the Dādani, and a special ritual that allows for the feeding of hungry ghosts. And that is now performed now to this day. And we find hungry ghost feeding festivals kind of all across East Asia. So what we can see, if I zoom in here a little bit, this bottom image, here is Ananda with his 2 assistants at the kind of ritual altar. And he has kind of special implements in his hand, and before him, we see the kind of the candles and other things. This is the kind of ritual altar. And on the far right is the text. This is supposed to be the text that he's reading. It's supposed to be a Sanskrit text, but they don't know what Sanskrit looks like. So you can see there's no letters written in it. And next to him is a hungry ghost carrying one of the kind of the palm leaves. And there's actually a hungry ghost kind of down here looking over his shoulder with kind of manuscripts kind of on his back. So this is the idea that the hungry ghosts are actually helping Ananda perform the ritual because they're going to be the beneficiaries of the ritual. So there's also, here's the kind of the middle altar. And what it has is basically 3 stupa-like images or stupa-like kind of renderings that are full of food. This is the food offering table. And on the far left are vegetables. In the middle are steamed buns. And on the right is rice. And what you can see is the hungry ghosts really like the steamed buns. They really like the bread offerings. And what you can see is you'll see them streaming down from the right-hand side, coming up to this kind of altar full of food and literally stuffing their faces. These are really happy, hungry ghosts. And you don't get to see a lot of happy, hungry ghost images, but these are the ones that they're just stuffed full of food. There's a wonderful image beneath the far right kind of stupa-like thing of rice, where you see one of the hungry ghosts pushing on the stomach of the other hungry ghost. It's like they are just living large. So if we move up, you can see the person who has kind of got this kind of going is the Burning Mouth Hungry Ghost King. He's adorned as basically a hungry ghost of great power. And you can see he's wearing kind of like nice clothes and jewelry. He's got the steam bun in his hands. So he's also got his steam bun. You're not going to miss the steam bun. And kind of on a pedestal, literally, right? He's a kind of almost a god among hungry ghosts. And you can see that he has a halo, right? We could say a hungry ghost that is at the level of a kind of demigod. And when we move up, we see that above him is actually Guanyin. So the later conceit is that kind of Guanyin has staged all this. Guanyin has kind of got Burning Mouth Hungry Ghost King to ask Ananda in some ways, or to prod him to perform this ritual for the benefit of all sentient beings. And here it's clear artistically that Guanyin is the kind of puppet master for the Hungry Ghost King.
Let's just do one more. I think we've got time for one more image.
You got one more image?
Yeah.
Gosh. Okay. Here's a beautiful Bhava Chakra or Samsara Chakra, the classic kind of Buddhist wheel of existence. And the idea here is that this shows the various kind of Buddhist realms, and it's a way of kind of offering Buddhist teachings. Here are the kind of raga, dvesha, and moha, passion, hatred, and delusion that are driving the wheel of existence. And you can end up in one of the realms, and one of the realms you can end up is the Hungry Ghost realm. So here's a close-up of a Hungry Ghost realm. And you can see here things are much more stylized. The hungry ghosts are all kind of running kind of hither and thither, kind of helter-skelter. The flames are no longer the flames that we read where each body is burning. Here you can see that's almost like they're breathing flames. And sometimes it's said they're breathing flames of hunger, or sometimes that basically the food that they eat simply turns to flames. We've left the realm of piss and shit here. But what we do see is beings that can intervene for the benefit of hungry ghosts. On the left-hand side, we can see kind of the Buddha and his entourage, particularly basically his bodyguard. And there are kind of others in there in these kind of clouds, kind of looking down. But more interestingly, on the right-hand side, we see the goddess Tara. And what's interesting is that the hungry ghosts below her are not breathing flames. Right. So Tara is one of the kind of the deities that you can go to as a kind of intercessor who will literally kind of put the flames out and will allow for liberation. In the middle of the image, we see 2 different figures. One Hariti, kind of famous, we could say another goddess, and another kind of king. This is probably Yama in that pavilion because he has a staff that is made actually out of a skeleton, right, out of a spine. That's not something that a normal person carries. But the idea here is that there's a pecking order even within hungry ghosts. There's hungry ghosts, there's a way of moving up in the world of hungry ghosts, and there's a world of being saved from the realm of hungry ghosts. So it gives you some different kind of representations of what the hungry ghost world might look like. And just because I can, I'm going to jump to one quick Thai image where this is from a Pramalai manuscript. You can see on the left-hand side, I think, yeah, there it is. And there are these hungry ghosts. And I just want to call your attention to the one on the left. And what happens is this is one of the penalties of being a hungry ghost is actually having a gigantic scrotum, which is so large that you wear it over your shoulder like a bag. And this is said in the text to happen to government officials who steal money from peasants.
Perfect.
So it just sort of seemed like that's a particularly good ending point.
Esta no es mi tierra, quién sabe mi lugar. Por más que sea extraño, hoy se siente un hogar. Hay quien dice que el corazón quiere anidar. Hay quien desde lejos lo puede escuchar. Tanto tiempo buscando una canción para dejar que cante el corazón. Cuando al otro lado del mundo voy, es porque estoy atada a una estrella. Por más que sea un reflejo del mismo mar, de vez en cuando me encuentro en la oscuridad. Gracias al camino por dejarme intentar seguir viendo a contraluz en mi lugar. Tanto tiempo buscando una canción para dejar que cante el corazón. Cuando al otro lado del mundo voy, es porque estoy atada a una estrella.
Bon dia. My name is Lawrence Schimmel. I'm an author and literary translator, and I'm proud to be taking part in the Sant Jordi Festival in New York City, together with Johanny Vázquez Paz, a wonderful Puerto Rican author now living in Chicago. I was privileged to be the translator for her collection, Ofrezco mi corazón como una diana. I offer my heart as a target, which was the winner of the Paz Prize for Poetry, which is presented by the National Poetry Series and the Center for Writing and Literature at Miami-Dade College, which is given every 2 years for a poetry collection written in Spanish by a poet living in the United States. Briefly to give an introduction to her work, she's also the author of Sagrada Familia, which won the International Latino Book Award, Querido Voyeur, and a bilingual collection called Streetwise Poems, Poemas Callejeros. And she's also the editor of the anthology the co-editor of the anthology Between the Heart and the Land, Entre el Corazón y la Tierra, of a collection of Latina poets in the Midwest. I guess the collection is a very powerful book that is at the same time, it talks a lot about pain, violence against women, but it's about being a survivor, I think. And there's a lot I found of sisterhood in the collection. So not just of getting support from other women, but also offering support from other women and fighting together. So there's an element, I think, of using the personal to be something more collective. So I'm going to read just the last paragraph of the introduction that Rigoberto Gonzalez, who selected the collection, wrote about the book, and then give Johanny a moment to talk about it as well before we read a few poems from the collection in the original Spanish and then in my translation. So Rigoberto says, I Offer My Heart as a Target is a book of victory over silence and the truest testament to what it means to outlive that which has defeated or deflated many. If there's a spirit guiding the courage embedded in these pages, it must be the phoenix, the miraculous being that rises from the ashes reborn, or rather pieced together again. The heart beats once more. The woman reclaims the word. So tell us about the book yourself briefly, and then we'll read some poems.
Well, thank you very much, Lawrence. First, I want to acknowledge you, my great translator. I was not only lucky to win the prize, but I was blessed that you were the translator, because you're an amazing writer that have thousands of books and translated so many works. So it was a very exciting thing, even though I think I maybe drove you crazy. Tell everybody now. Tell the truth.
No, not at all. Not at all. One of the interesting things,
I think the translation is different when you don't know the language. Like I have had poems translated to Portuguese, but I don't know Portuguese, so I cannot say anything. But since I know English too, I always put my 10 cents, and I don't know if I drove you crazy. So I apologize for that.
No, there's nothing to apologize.
But I think we did a great job.
This actually is something that's of interest, I think. I mean, for one thing, the festival, this is our debut of actually talking. We've emailed a lot, but this is the first time we've seen each other. Unfortunately, the book came out, just a few weeks before the pandemic happened. And so we haven't had a chance actually to ever coincide anywhere. But another thing that's really interesting about this collection, and it was something that came up as we were talking with the festival, the collection the book didn't exist in Spanish. So the book, there was a Spanish original. I did the translation. Since you speak English, you reacted to the translation and rewrote a lot of things in Spanish. And then I retranslated in order to match the new versions, which was an interesting experience. So in many ways, this book, the bilingual edition is the original edition. And, the experience for you of being translated was an integral part, I think, of how the book happened.
Yes. And the thing too is because I found out about this prize just a few weeks before the due date, and I was really moved to compete because my mother's last name is Paz. And I don't know, there was something that came over me that I have to do it. So I really worked I did have a lot of the poems are very written, but at least half of them were new poems that I wrote between 3 weeks or something like that. So when the book was going to come out, is when I had time to really look at everything really carefully. And I think it's different when you know that, this is going to be published. This is it. You look at everything you write in a different light. So I thank you, and I thank here to be in this festival through you. I hope I get to Barcelona in person one day. That would be my dream. Like you say, a lot of the poems talk about pain. My mother is a survivor of domestic violence. I could say I'm a survivor too of domestic violence, because really My father tried to kill her when she was pregnant of me. And so I guess I survived too. And I never wrote about this because this was a secret in my family, you know? So this is the first time that I really openly talk about it, because you can always, maybe if you know the story, maybe in other poems you could figure it out. But the first poem I'm going to read talks about more about the diaspora, the moving to a different country and having to deal with a new language, and the fact that the longer that you stay, the worse that your language is, the original language is going to be, or the more influence that it's going to have about the English, you know? And sometimes you are like, oh, I forgot, how do you say this? Or sometimes you don't even remember how to say in Spanish, how to say in English, I don't know. Language has to do about this. So this poem is called Diáspora de Palabras. Las palabras se me van, empacan y emigran a un país desconocido. Como hijas, quieren hacer su propia vida, mudarse de casa, llamar solo el domingo. Huyen de la memoria como ratones asustados. En su diáspora se dispersan otras tierras. La laringe es un collar de cuentas perdidas, donde mi voz no resuena fonemas heredados. Sangra la lengua en la mordida, sin balbucear la tilde en la sílaba correcta. Yo que me fui con la maleta vacía a recoger palabras como chicles pegados en las aceras, raspé el suelo con mis uñas afiladas y chupé colillas extranjeras para pertenecer. Fumar en otro idioma causa un cáncer que se propaga. Primero los labios, luego la lengua, después la voz se ahonda, se come el cerebro, metástasis lingüística. Y las masas se ponen de acuerdo y susurran, ya no eres. Me despojan la nacionalidad, me inventan una ciudadanía, me alan la isla bajo los pies y me hundo en el Spanglish. Poco a poco las palabras se me van, sin cartas de querido John pegadas en el recuerdo, sin señales que me adviertan, hasta aquí, respirarán conmigo y se harán sonidos en mi voz.
It's so nice to have a chance to hear you read the poem. I mean, I've heard your voice in my head and have the voice in English of these poems. So it's a joy to. So the English translation: diaspora of words. Words abandon me. They abandon me, packing up and emigrating to an unknown country. Like daughters, they want to make their own lives, move away, call only on Sundays. They flee from memory like frightened mice. In their diaspora, they scatter to other lands. The larynx is a necklace of lost beads, where my voice doesn't echo inherited phonemes. My tongue bleeds when it is bitten, without babbling the tilde in the right syllable. I, who left with my suitcase empty to gather words like gum stuck to the sidewalks. I scraped the ground with my sharpened nails and sucked foreign cigarette butts to belong. To smoke in another language causes a cancer that spreads, first the lips, then the tongue. After, the voice deepens, it eats the brain, linguistic metastasis, and the masses reach an agreement and whisper, you no longer belong. They strip away my nationality, invent for me a citizenship, pull the island from under my feet, and I sink into Spanglish. Little by little, the words abandon me. They abandon me. Without dear John letters stuck to the memory, without signs that warn me that only until here will they breathe with me and make sounds in my voice.
Okay. I think I jumped to the second one, right? I'm going to continue with Herencias, which is a poem dedicated to my family. In my house, we were 4 girls. My mother was divorced. So I grew up in a house only with women. I have a lot of female cousins. My grandmother lived with me. Everybody was female. And this is to the women in my family. Herencias. No sé en qué momento mis hermanas me habitaron, cuando saquearon mi cuarto para mudar sus pertenencias y amueblarme de sus sueños. No comprendo cómo la abuela se vistió en mis labios, balbuceó opiniones y decidió mi futuro. Y mi madre dibujó en mi rostro esta máscara gemela suya, con todas sus preocupaciones maquilladas en el perfil. No recuerdo cuando mis primas me calzaron sus convicciones para marchar juntas con carteles de protesta, ni en qué día mis tías llegaron de visita y se apoderaron de todos los rincones solitarios de mi hogar. He empacado miles de maletas, llenado sus barrigas de sueños truncados. Desempaco y me pruebo las ropas legadas. Algunas son anchas e infinitas como el mar. Permiten nadar sin restricciones. Otras son estrechas y anticuadas, cortan la respiración, confinan las pasiones. No sé por qué mi sangre pesa como un tanque lleno de sobrevivientes de otras guerras. Y cuando caigo, un batallón de almas me recoge para sanarme las heridas con su botica de remedios. ¿Por qué será que soy 100 mujeres en una, híbrido de posibilidades vírgenes, y siento en mi piel el dolor y la risa de todas las guerreras que heredé?
It's interesting. This is many of the poems in the book in this first person female voice. I would not dare to read on my own. That is, there's a certain one thing is to translate the work, but to recite aloud in this first person female voice, I wouldn't feel comfortable. So, I mean, I'm very comfortable being the English echo of you reading the original so powerful words. So, but it's just an interesting dilemma that comes up. So, I mean, it's great that we can, thanks to the Sant Jordi Festival in New York, share this moment together, since we weren't able, because of the pandemic, to actually do any of the events that we were hoping to be able to do to celebrate the book.
Definitely.
So, inheritances. I don't know at what moment my sisters inhabited me when they looted my room to install their own belongings and furnish me with their dreams. I don't understand how La Abuela got dressed in my lips, blabbered opinions, and decided my future. And my mother drew on my face this mask, the twin of her own, with all her worries painted on my own profile. I don't remember when my cousins shod me with their convictions to set off together with protest banners, nor on what day my aunts came to visit and took over all the empty corners of my home. I packed thousands of suitcases, filled their bellies with truncated dreams. I unpack and try on the clothes I inherited. Some are wide and infinite as the sea. They allow for swimming without restraints. Others are narrow and antiquated, cutting off breath, confining passions. I don't know why my blood is as heavy as a tank full of survivors of other wars. And when I fall, a battalion of souls pick me up to heal my wounds with their kit of remedies. Why am I 100 women in one, hybrid of virgin possibilities? And I feel on my skin the pain and the laughter of all the warrior women I inherited.
Oh, great. I'm going to take you with me everywhere. Okay, so the next poem, which is called La hija del lechero. In Puerto Rico, you know, if you don't look like the rest of you, this is when I was growing up. I don't know if people still say that, but they say, oh, it's La hija del lechero, el hijo del lechero, because it doesn't kind of look like the other members. So in my house, you know, I was the youngest, the tallest, the only blonde, the lightest skin. Plus, I hate the fact that every time I live in the United States and they always, where are you from? I say, from Puerto Rico. You don't look Puerto Rican. You know, they're always kind of think that everybody looks a certain way, and really Puerto Ricans, we come in every color and every combination that you can think of. So this is called La hija del lechero. Dicen que no parezco lo que soy, Mi piel blanca, nube solitaria en un cielo umbrío. Mis cabellos, rayos de un sol nórdico. Mis caderas, estrellas sin masa y melaza. Dicen que enuncio las palabras diferente. Mi dicción es demasiado correcta, sin cambiar la R ni omitir las S. Muy castiza y irreprochable para la burla. Dicen que no represento el folclore del pueblo, los símbolos patrios, la mancha de plátano, ni los míos me reconocen como hija. Soy el enigma de un injerto mal concebido. Me llaman hija del lechero, güera, gringa, polaca, pote de leche, Casper, el fantasma. Nota discordante, alienígena, la oveja blanca de un rebaño cobrizo. Digo que el estereotipo es la ficción del prejuicio, la excusa barata de un odio costoso que cobra vidas y deja pérdidas insalvables. Soy hija de migraciones y conquistas, civilizaciones que han preñado mi ADN, algunas con amor, otras sin permiso ni clemencia. Soy la voz inquebrantable de un caracol poblado de olas, la melodía de un coquí trasplantado, sobreviviente de inviernos y extinción. Soy arena, ríos, montañas, mares, puerto millonario en donde anclan todas las especies humanas. Soy la piel de Dios, multicolor y ciega de razas. Soy de un pájaro las 1000 alas, con un mismo corazón, con la misma sangre y los mismos sueños. Soy lo que parezco ser, patria.
Milkman's Daughter. They say that I don't look like what I am. My white skin, lonely cloud in a shady sky. My hair, rays of a Nordic sun. My hips, narrow, lacking substance and sugar. They say that I pronounce words differently. My diction is too proper without changing my R or dropping my S's, very Castilian and beyond mockery. They say that I don't represent the folklore of the people, the patriotic symbols, the Platano stain. Not even my people recognize me as a daughter. I'm the enigma of a badly conceived graft. They call me Milkman's Daughter, Güera, Gringa, Polaca, Glass of Milk, Casper the Ghost, Discordant Note, Alien Being, the white sheep in a coppery herd. I say that stereotype is the fiction of prejudice, the cheap excuse of an expensive hatred that costs lives and leaves insuperable losses. I'm the daughter of migrations and conquests, civilizations that have impregnated my DNA, some with love, others with neither permission nor clemency. I'm the unbreakable voice of a seashell populated by waves, the melody of a transplanted coquille, survivor of winters and extinction. I am sand, rivers, mountains, seas, millionaire port where all human species drop anchor. I'm the skin of God, multicolored and blind to races. I'm a bird, I am of a bird with 1,000 wings, with a single heart, with the same blood and the same dreams. I am what I seem to be, homeland.
So we're gonna end with the last poem in the book, which is kind of a play of a poem of Octavio Paz. That's what there's an epigraph that it says, Octavio Paz wrote, soy hombre, duro poco, y es enorme la noche. Let me tell you that I used to, so in Puerto Rico, supposedly all the paths are related in a way or another, okay? The Vasquez, no, there's many of those. Pero I used to say as a joke to other friends and writers, you know, oh, I have a Mexican uncle, you know, last name Paz, and they were like, oh, what's the first name? Octavio. And Octavio Paz is your, it was a joke. He said, well, if in Puerto Rico, supposedly all the Paz are related, maybe he's my uncle too. So when this contest came in, it was not only that Paz is the last name of my mother, but that I used to joke that Octavio Paz was my uncle just because we have the last name. And it's called Desletreada o Deletreada. Soy mujer, duro poco, duro mucho, y es corto el día, pero miro hacia el sur. Las olas me escriben en la arena. Entiendo lo incomprensible. También fui escritura, y ahora mismo el mar me borra.
So this one, especially the title, was very, very tricky. You can sort of see that the original is making a pun. So desletreada or deletreada, I wound up using misspelled out as the English title. So I'll read the epigraph.
Which was very good, actually.
The epigraph, which is just 2 lines. I'm a man, I endure little, and the night is enormous. So that was the Octavio Paz that Johnny's riffing on. I'm a woman, I endure much, and the day is short, but I look toward the south. The waves write me on the sand. I understand the incomprehensible. I too was writing, and right now, the sea erases me. So these are just some of the powerful poems in this collection. I offer my heart as a target. Ofrezco mi corazón como una diana. Written by Joanny, translated by myself, rewritten by after seeing the translation. So this is an integral bilingual collection, and it's wonderful. As I mentioned before, this is the first time that we've actually been able to be together to celebrate this book, thanks to the Sant Jordi Festival in New York City. So hopefully one time we'll be able to meet in person and celebrate poetry and books and roses, whether it's in Chicago, where you live, New York, where I'm from, and where the festival is, Madrid, where I live now, or in Barcelona, where Sant Jordi comes from, or perhaps in Puerto Rico.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank to the Sant Jordi Festival and all the coordinators for the invitation.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Alta L Price, and I'm thrilled to be at the Sant Jordi Festival today with Swiss-Romanian author Dana Grigorcea.
Hello.
We were at Sant Jordi last year, and I'm overjoyed to be back again this year with Dana's new book, which just came out last month, called Die nicht sterben, which our working title is Those Who Never Die, but we can talk about the title afterward. Dana, would you like to say a few words and read from the opening chapter?
Yes. Thank you so much, Alta, and I'm so glad and grateful to be again at the Sant Jordi's Festival. I remember it was my last travel with you, our American tour, reading tour, and I cherish this memory. And it's very symbolic for me to be again presented to the American public. And I'm glad to introduce my new book, Those Who Won't Die, that came out, is very fresh, came out in March. And now it's the second edition that I received yesterday. By post, because we are all at home. And it's a novel about, it's a Dracula novel. It's a Dracula novel I was inspired to write during our stay in Seattle, Alta. So when we were in Seattle, we read at the Eliot Bay Book Company. Do you remember?
Exactly. And I should remind our viewers that your previous book was titled An Instinctive Feeling of Innocence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we had that reading, that beautiful reading there in Seattle, and Rick Simonson told us this story about the dreamers, these boys, these men who always met in his library, talking about their plan to establish an electronic book delivery, and he thought them to be dreamers and brought them tea and cookies, and in the end they made Amazon and all small libraries in Seattle got broke. So I was so impressed about that story that it was the moment when I decided to write a novel that starts with guests and with tea and coffee and cakes and ends with vampires.
That is far too apt for the current situation.
Yeah. So I'll start just read the beginning. So Johnny und sein Tod. Ich kann nicht umhin, diese Geschichte zu erzählen, zumal ich sie aus nächster Nähe erlebt habe und alle Berichterstattung darüber als falsch erkenne. Über die Gründe, Zeitmangel bei der Recherche, journalistische Inkompetenz, Sensationslust und ganz offensichtlich private Interessen werde ich mich nicht länger auslassen, weil mich dabei eine Resignation befällt, die meinem Erzählen abträglich wäre. Auch werde ich den Ort, an dem sich alles abgespielt hat, einfach nur B nennen. Zum einen, weil ich seinen zweifelhaften Ruhm nicht zusätzlich befördern will, zum anderen, weil die Geschichte sinnbildlich ist für unsere walachische Moral, wenngleich sie sich freilich an vielen Orten auf der Welt hätte abspielen können.
Beautiful, thank you. So this is from the introduction. Or sorry, I keep saying introduction. The opening, the opening scene of this incredibly evocative novel. Chapter 1, Johnny and his death. I cannot help but tell this story, especially since I experienced it up close and know for a fact that everything that's been said about it is untrue. I won't go into the whys. Beyond brief mention of insufficient, rushed research, journalistic incompetence, sensationalism, and obviously private interests, because they give me a feeling of resignation that would be detrimental to my storytelling. I will also refer to the place where everything happened simply as B. On the one hand, because I don't want to further promote its dubious fame, and on the other, because the story is emblematic of our Wallachian morality, even though I'll readily admit it could just as easily have occurred in many other places worldwide. By way of introduction, for those of you who aren't yet familiar with the story, I must add that B is a small town in Wallachia, south of Transylvania, at the foot of the Carpathian Mountains. The people from Bucharest and Brașov who owned holiday homes here refer to it as a village, but the locals insisted on calling it a city because there used to be a large textile mill by the river, which transformed many peasants into workers. My family rather generously considered B a marvelous health resort. So this place, and this is one detail everyone agrees on, was associated neither with Dracula nor any other vampire stories until the events chronicled herein. Before the 1989 revolution, you could rent entire villas here in B for the holidays. We always chose the same one on the edge of the forest. It was called Villa Diaa, after the renowned goddess of the hunt, and was a veritable castle, although a series of botched renovations over the years had left it looking a little deformed. It had a grand hall with half columns lining the first floor, but overall it looked rather austere, as the entire place had been whitewashed. The surrounding trees cast dancing shadows when the wind rose, and as dusk fell between daylight and moonlight, their bizarrely curved branches wound around every corner of the house. We would make the trip from the capital with extended family and friends in several cars laden with my great-aunt Margot's entire household of belongings: duvet covers, pillows, silver candlesticks, a large Persian carpet for the living room, icons, countless Orthodox icons, a large mirror in a silver frame, and all sorts of Turkish sabers and ornate Arabic platters to adorn the tall walls. Within a day of our arrival, all the unspeakable communist kitsch, as Margot called it, had vanished from the villa. While clearing it all away, she took particular joy in holding up each bit of macrame, pointing her finger and showing us, "Just look at this!" And we'd all shout in unison, "Oh no, please no."
Thank you, Alta. So the novel starts with this family of the first person.
The first person narrator, who at the beginning we're not sure who this person is.
Yeah, yeah. She comes from the middle class, and but it's still communism. So the story starts in the communism. The family comes to the mountains, rents a holiday house, and starts redecorating it. So they throw away. So they take all the communist kitsch and put it down in the.
They stash it in the basement.
In the basement, yes, and they redecorate the house so that it is like it used to be when the house belonged to them. It was a nationalized house, so a house that was confiscated by the dictatorship. And so they make again their world, and they live as they used to live before, just for the summer vacation. And they're artists. They go around, walk through the woods, like to admire the landscape, the bucolic life, and to look into art, books, you know, to admire paintings. And the narrator becomes a painter later in the story. She studies in Paris. And when she comes back, it's after '89, after the change, after the revolution, and the place is changed. And then the vampires coming up. The long time she didn't observe how poor the people were. So she was still privileged. Even though it was a dictatorship, she was still privileged, and she had the opportunity, you know, to live a safe, beautiful life. And
she was sheltered.
She was sheltered, and they lived with this motto of the time: resistance through culture. So it was a strong belief of the intellectuals in the communist dictatorship that people can resist through culture. Nothing will break them if they have the culture, if they hold on to literature, to the arts, to the music. But what they did, they closed also themselves in a bubble, and this bubble was maintained. So they looked down on the proletarians, on on the people without education, and the people without education, they were scorned. And so it was this communist regime was brought about a more feudalistic order than you can imagine. So it was a very feudalistic system that was maintained, and there are still big differences, big class differences. But what my novel is about is this revanchist tone of the society. So Dracula is not in Eastern Europe, where Bram Stoker located him. Dracula is not Transylva, beyond the woods, but he arrived among us. So So all these themes, these old themes like racism, like nationalism, like revanchism, the old ghosts of the past come out of their graves and haunt us again. And this is the novel about. So it starts really funny with this family, with them making jokes with them, and you have creepy atmosphere coming closer and closer to them. Lots of quotes, quotations, and images from the Dracula literature and the film. So
yeah, it starts with an excerpt, of course, from Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yeah, it's it's funny that I came to this quotation also after I've seen a scene in America because I don't know, was it in Chicago or maybe it was in Chicago. I was at the water, walking around, and I saw a man throwing to his dog stones in the water, and the dog was in the water and tried to find what he was thrown, and to bring it back.
But the dog was trying to play fetch.
Yes.
The stone had sunk, right?
Yes. And sunk, and he was disorientated and looked for what he had to bring back. And people came along and said, awesome, and they laughed. And I thought it was such a cruel scene, and it followed me, I thought a lot about this. It haunted me, yes, and then at home, I brought this scene in the novel, and in the novel, the narrator throws a stick to the dog, and the dog can come out from the water. But this scene reminded me of Bram Stoker's Dracula, of this scene when vampire create other vampires, and the evil becomes spreads like the rings of the water, the rings on the water. Mm-hmm. So I start with this scene and I end with that scene where there's a stick thrown, and this poor creature comes out from the waters.
Yeah, and you've touched on the notion of evil, and I didn't want to neglect to explore the connection between St. George and Dracula.
Yeah.
And this notion also of the gaze. Whether one is able to, how we see ourselves or what we project out onto the world. So
yes, yeah. Because Dracula, Bram Stoker, inspired his inspiration for his Dracula was Vlad the Impaler, the Wallachian ruler, Vlad the Impaler. And in Romania, Vlad the Impaler is a big hero. So people were outraged. How did he take this hero to use him as a figure, as a malefic figure? Because in Romania, he is seen as a eminent positive figure. And he was a very harsh ruler and an extremism of what he thought to be right. So, he gave to the people without, how do you say this, rückgrat, without, so who had no honor, who had no...
They had, sorry.
So they didn't have this verbal, this rückgrat, you know, the spine. The people without spine, he gave them spine. Yeah, spineless people. He gave them an iron spine. He impaled them. And
that's so literal.
yes, he was, you know, he's said to be the only ruler in the Romanian territories who combated with success the corruption. So and this is a theme that this is the main theme in my novel. This is the longing, actually a morbid longing for the strong ruler, for the hard hand, you know, the autocrat, like you had one in America, like there is one, yeah. Like there is one in Russia. There are some also in Europe, very populistic and dangerous people, but who promise to restore law and order, and who promise to be harsh, to promise to be, you know, to be strong. And this is a symbol. So it's about this Draculesque figures who we are longing, who we are calling to come back, you know, who why do we have this morbid desire to give in, to give away our power, you know, to empower a strong ruler. And this Vlad Țepeș, Vlad the Impaler, he was called Vlad Dracul, so it's really, that's why he inspired Bram Stoker, because he was already called Dracula, you know. But he was called Dracul because his father was given the Order of the Dragon by the Hungarian emperor, and this Order of the Dragon was given to Christian rulers, and it was like a club, you know, like a club of good people who had this Order of the Dragon, and the dragon on this order, who was also you know, used for coins. So you had this the rulers who got this order put it also on the coins of their countries. Showed a dragon, you know, a dragon.
It's a tame dragon. It's not the ferocious
dragon. A tamed dragon, and on the dragon was the cross. So it was by the power of the cross, the chaos of the world was tamed. And this on the cross, it was written, oh, how good God is, so how merciful God is. Be merciful and good to the people. And this is the dragon of Sant Jordi. And the dragon of Sant Jordi, you have also on various Orthodox icons. So it's a recurrent figure on the Orthodox icons, is the dragon inside you. So it's the evil in you that you have to fight against. So it's not the dragon in the world. So you don't fight you fight the evil in the world by fighting the evil in yourself. And Vlad Dracul, Vlad the Impaler, he different than his father, he didn't fought the dragon in himself, but he saw the dragon in the others. So he saw the evil in the world and was like a vampire. He was truly like a vampire. He didn't see himself in the mirror again. So like a vampire, they don't see themselves in the mirror.
It's like a literal lack of self-reflection.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
They only see the others against whom they rage, and this gaze is a central theme in my novel, because my narrator is a painter, and the gaze, the autoportrait, is central. You know, in art, it's central in art too.
Mm-hmm.
Self-portrait, to see yourself and to reflect on yourself. And it's my big conviction that art will save the world. You know, will make us ourselves more empathic people. Will teach us to look in the mirror, to not to look to make selfies, you know, not to look to to look only at the image, but to look and see and really see. And this is the narrator. She radicalizes in the in this novel. So he's there's a murder. She discovers there's a mutilated corpse that is discovered in the crypta of her family, and this corpse is she discovers to be her first boyfriend. And at that point, she radicalizes. And I describe it just step by step, very smooth, so to radicalize the reader too. So there are and it worked, because I read the critics, the German critics. It really worked, because it's a figure that you can identify with. You know, she's from there, but she has the gaze from outside. She is from the city, so she everything, all the traditions, all the customs are strange, and at the same time appealing to her, as they are for strangers, for tourists, for people coming from outside. And it's very easy to identify with her, because she looks for the beauty, she looks for the stories, she looks, you know, for what can be depicted beautifully, expressively, and the paintings play a very important role in the novel. So she paints. She always stops images and reflects on. So what also on Vlad the Impaler. So what picture do we have of him? He was painted by a painter not very gifted. What if he would have been painted by other painters of his time? For example, by Botticelli or by Leonardo da Vinci. So what image of him would we have now? So and she tells this story, and it's this parallelity of the radicalization of Vlad the Impaler with her radicalization, and she actually becomes a vampire. So it's really the story becomes a vampire story at one point. She really gets into it, and she really becomes revanchist, and with her the reader, because I describe the corrupt mayor of the village. He is very happy about this discovery of the corpse, and he thinks they discovered the grave of Vlad the Impaler, which was not discovered until nowadays, so nobody knows where his grave is.
Which allows for speculation.
Yes,
yeah.
Of course. He wants to make a Dracula park and attract tourists to this city, to this village. And this is a real story. So there was a big plan to make a Dracula park in Romania, and and there were lots of investments in these parks, and it was a big business, and then it failed. And I describe here why it failed and how the people came to this place and how the tourists came, also American tourists, also, Western European tourists, how they came with also their morbid desires, also very, to not to miss anything, to make selfies at the right place, and to be, to be thrilled by all these gruesome stories, and
which brings us right back to the projection versus really seeing,
Yes. And my narrator is painting the tourists Dracula style. So she's offering them this pictures, this possibility to paint them like Vlad the Impaler.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alta.
I am so sorry to.
Yeah.
But it's also wonderful, and I just want to throw in at the end before we wrap it up that it's so magical. This is not a factor in the German, but because this little village, this city village is called B, it takes on this other existential feeling in English. Like to be, it's just the letter B, right? And we can speculate what it means, but the verb be, to be in English, is going to give it this whole other dimension. So I'm so excited to bring this book to your English language readers. And thank you so much for sharing your time and your storytelling with us today, Donna.
Thank you, dear Alta.
Hello, everybody. A few years ago, in 2014, 2015, I had an email from a friend of mine, the late and much missed literary translator Carol Meyer. And she asked me whether I'd be interested in translating a book, Leonardo Balada, La Mirada Oceánica. She'd been contacted by Joan Balada, Leonardo's wife, but although she wanted to translate it, she didn't have time, and she thought I might like it. So I said yes, in principle. It sounded like a good idea, and I got hold of the book and read it and was immediately captivated. First of all, by the nature of the biography, written by Juan Francisco de Dios Hernández, who in the years 2006, 2008, interviewed Leonardo Balada extensively, lived as a result of a Fulbright scholarship in Pittsburgh, and attended the Carnegie Mellon University, where Leonardo was professor of composition. He wrote this biography, which is imaginative, an introduction to the life and work of Leonardo Balada, but also a social history of the time, of the connections between Spain and the United States, New York and Barcelona in particular, also of the world of music, of composition, and of the production of music, the creation of records, operas, and all of the struggles, conflicts, excitement of that of that world. It's a marvelous biography. In the opening pages, Juan Francisco describes Leonardo's background. His father was a tailor, well established in Barcelona, who had anarchist principles. He'd been educated in the Escola Moderna of Ferrer y Guardia, and brought up his son and all his children in anarchist mode, to believe in the ideals of freedom, of justice, of internationalism, even in his name. Originally, Leonardo was Nardo Balada, because his parents didn't want him to be called by with a conventional Catholic name, so they chose Nardo or Spikenard as his name. But unfortunately, for Leonardo, that had to change, and it changed in a very dramatic way when he had to do his military conscription, and he was sent off to the mountains in the Puigcerdà. And at the first roll call, this conversation ensued. That roll call remained engraved in Balada's unconscious as a simple act in which a man bawled out a series of names, and those names, reified at every second by the term of soldier, would respond with a barely articulated grunt that was surely a rough approximation to present. Then came the great moment of his fictitious baptism. Balada, Nardo. Present. What fucking kind of name is that? Who is this individual? That's me, sir. Don't damn well sir me. Captain. Yes, Captain. Come on then, tell me what kind of name that is. Nardo? That's a mistake, isn't it? No Spaniard in this Catholic country of ours can possibly be called that. Don't you mean Leonardo? And understanding that was a very delicate moment that could shape the months ahead among those crags, he bit his lip and replied, "That's right, sir. I mean Captain. Leonardo. That's more like it. No Nardo, no Spikenard. Let's try again. Balada, Leonardo." And before that, in his education in Saint-Just-de-Ven, when the family moved from Barcelona, was also surprising, but in a more positive way. The family had moved to Saint-Just-de-Ven, and I should say that Balada was born in 1933, so he experienced the Civil War as a child, and the years following the defeat of the Republic. And when he went to school at the age of 6, his parents didn't want to send him to the Catholic school, so they took him to the national school, which was a state school. And in those days, the fascists had decreed that education should be along separate sex lines. And in the interview with the teacher, the father heard that Leonardo was really a very bright lad, and he was well ahead of the boys of his age. And the teacher thought that it would be much better if he went to a girls' school. So that's what he did. He went to the girls' school and had his whole of that compulsory element of state education at a girls' school. That teacher was somebody who'd been a Republican, was married to a communist, and it was a very kind of unusual situation in post-Civil War Spain. But there it was. And when he finished at the national school, he carried on his studies in a private academy, which that teacher and her husband ran in their home. And it was also a place where local opposition communists would meet to talk about the political situation. And it was also where Leonardo heard a lot of music. Although his father had also introduced him to music by taking him to the Liceo Opera House in Barcelona, and also enrolling him at the Conservatoire. Although everybody thought that he would follow in his father's footsteps and would become a tailor. Oh, one day he was working in where he was always helping his father, cutting cloth, and a man called Gene Red came in, who regularly, an American musician, came in and ordered a suit. And they were talking, and he asked Leonardo what he wanted to do in life. And Leonardo said he wanted to be a composer. And Jean replied, well, I might be able to help you, because he worked at the Manhattan School of Music. And indeed, he helped Leonardo to get a musical scholarship, and he eventually went to New York in 1956 and started studying music at the Manhattan School of Music. Now, of course, New York at the time, in 1956, was host to a community of Spanish exiles, Latin Americans in exile. It was a visiting point for luminaries from the cultural and political world from Latin America and Spain. And Leonardo quickly got involved in that kind of cultural, political scene, and started working for cultural magazines that were published in Spanish. And he interviewed Alicia Alonso, the head of the Cuban ballet company. He also interviewed Salvador Dali a couple of times, and his conversations with Dali led to a closer friendship and also eventual collaboration in creation and chaos. Leonardo had an eclectic attitude towards music. He wasn't really very keen on what was on offer at the Manhattan School of Music, and then or at the Diaa, where he later went. Of course, the vogue was 12-tone avant-garde music that was not, shall we say, always friendly towards audiences. And he wanted to be experimental, but he didn't want to. He wanted to create music that appealed to listeners. And on the one hand, he was collaborating with Salvador Dali, but at the same time, for instance, in 1958, he worked with the flamenco ballet in New York, playing on stage and helping with the production of the flamenco ballet. One of the delights of the translation is that Juan Francisco de Dios attempts to and succeeds in creating a biography that has its surreal moments, as when he's describing the sequence of compositions by Leonardo, the Transparencies, and he starts the chapter like this. And what would happen if we woke up one day, looked at ourselves in the mirror, and found we had two almost identical noses? Which would we think was different, the usual one or the new one? Could we distinguish our nose from 100 similar items? What is a nose at the end of the day? Is your nose you, or are you your nose? What defines us best, what we are or what we want to be? There are people who tire of their noses and decide to change them, just like that, as if they were having a brain change. One might go to the butcher's and ask for 3/4 of that brain that seems to be overflowing with ideas. Unlike such nonsense, Leonardo Balada was experimenting with a new aesthetic process in his quest for a common space with which he could fully identify, a place where he could find a sufficient degree of depth from which to develop his longing to communicate musically. That kind of writing in a biography is, to say the least, unconventional, but it captures the mood and the tone of Balada's work, which can be quirky and surprising. Look at the collaborations. He worked with Camilo José Cela on a cantata, about a Maria of the mushrooms, de los hongos, a Mexican shaman who became world famous and visited by such people as the Beatles in search of psychedelic experiences. He worked with Fernando Arrabal on a musical drama, with John Williams, with Andres Segovia, although that came to nothing. He was always responding, outward looking, and influenced by his immediate environment and by political developments. So when he moved to Pittsburgh to take up a post at the Carnegie Mellon University, he wrote a steel symphony that reflected the different sounds of the steel industry in different districts of the city. And after the murder of Martin Luther King, he wrote Symphony in Black as a kind of commemoration of Martin Luther King. Juan de Dios's biography was a delight to translate, because I'm not a musician. I don't play a musical instrument. I love music. So it was a way of visiting the world of that world. I started my literary career as a translator with Forbidden Territory and Realms of Strife, the autobiography of Juan Goytisolo, someone else who also left Spain in 1956. His was a political exile, fleeing from censorship. But I couldn't help reflecting when I was translating Leonardo's, the biography of Leonardo, of these two artists who'd left Spain in 1956 and who never returned to live in Spain, and the way that both of them became entangled in collaborations with other artists and explored artistic routes that they'd never imagined. And although very, very different as artists, both of their lives are evidence of the way that moving from the country of birth is not necessarily a negative move, which it can open up new horizons and new worlds.
Hello, I am Dr. Ivan Ivanov and I'm clarinetist and scholar. I would like to share with you my very interesting experience I had with the composer Leonardo Balada and his music. I met Maestro Leonardo Balada at the Carnegie Mellon campus and got very inspired about his music. That pushed me to record a CD with his clarinet works called Leonardo Balada Works for Clarinet, currently available by Naxos Records, and write a book, Leonardo Balada and Surrealism in Music, which will be published by Lexington Books on July 15th this summer. My book brings to light the rarely examined topic of surrealism in music. It illuminates Maestro Balada as a key representative of that style and unveils his collaboration with the prominent surrealist artist Salvador Dalí. Now let me introduce you to my co-author, Dr. Richard Miller.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Richard Miller. I am an assistant professor of ethnomusicology at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and I have been working with Dr. Ivanov for quite a few years now on the topic of surrealism in music. Our book, as the title suggests, focuses on the Catalan-American composer Leonardo Balada, whose long career and intimate association with surrealism makes him an exemplar of the movement. However, before my colleague shares the details of Balada's musical surrealism with you, I would like to take a moment to fit his work and ours in the history of surrealism as an artistic movement. Music has been a foundational element in surrealism from the very first work, the 1917 ballet Parade. A collaboration of numerous artists, notably Jean Cocteau, Pablo Picasso, Eric Satie, and Leonid Massine, Parade quite literally set the stage for surrealism, providing the occasion for Guillaume Apollinaire to coin the word surrealist and introducing the world to the basic elements of surrealism. These are inter-arts collaboration, a push to blur the social and artistic boundaries of artistic materials, and above all, the goal of using the fantastic and the mundane in a kind of bidirectional critique, breaking reality open for new discoveries and new understandings. This new approach, later articulated by Salvador Dali as the paranoid critical method, became one of the dominant aesthetic movements of the 20th century and beyond. Europe in the early 20th century was a hothouse for artistic movements, and many artists shifted their allegiance from one to another, from Dada and the theater of cruelty to Futurism, Surrealism, Expressionism, and so forth. The result of this artistic migration was not only a blurring of the aesthetic boundaries of the movements, but also a series of struggles to define and control the movements. In the case of Surrealism, the struggle initially took place between writers, principally Jean Cocteau, André Breton, Yvan Goll, and Paul Nouget, all of whom penned manifesti laying out their theories of Surrealism as an artistic, social, and political movement. These manifesti were as much political and artistic acts as they were works of philosophy, and they remain highly influential among contemporary artists. The initial winner of the struggle over Surrealism, Breton, famously opined that music had no role in Surrealism, and until the rise of Salvador Dali, Breton's role as a leader of the Surrealist movement was unassailable. Nevertheless, composers after Parade continued to create Surrealist works, even if they never fully committed to the movement nor explicitly labeled their works as Surrealist. In chapters 2 and 3 of our book, and then again at the end, we survey a few important 20th century composers whose work partakes of Surrealist aesthetics, and which we examine in the light of Ballada's compositions. In particular, we consider several composers of the group Les Six that developed around Satie and Cocteau in the early years after the premiere of Parade. We consider the interpenetration of Surrealist aesthetics with neoclassicism and serial composition in the works of Stravinsky, Nono, and Boulez. And then, after a close examination of Ballada's life and works, we conclude with a brief look at works by Ligeti, Xenakis, and Takemitsu. None of these composers are typically considered surrealist, and no doubt none of them would voluntarily take on that label, yet their works are indebted to the aesthetics of Dali's paranoid critical method and engage with that method in ways similar to Ballada's works. I now return you to Dr. Ivanov, who will continue with the focus on Ballada and his works.
Hello again, and let's see how this method of transformation, or paranoia critical method, by Salvador Dali works in music. The 5th chapter is called Acts of Creative Madness. Ballada discovers Dali and Surrealism. Salvador Dali was one of the major influences for Leonardo Ballada. His admiration towards the creator Dali was immense. At the beginning of the 1960s, Ballada found him both enigmatic and incomprehensible. In his earlier writings, Ballada embraced the idea of the supernatural and the transcendent. As his style matured, he embraced new ideas of modern, artistic, and compositional styles. In 1960, Dali devised a short film defining the illogical nature of surrealism. It became clear that Dali was not crazy as the outward appearance suggested. He liked to hide himself behind an unconscious mask. His short film reflected this unconscious mask and defined it as an act of creative madness. The film was directed by the photographer Philippe Halsman, a friend of Dali, and is considered the first example of the emerging genre of art history video. Let's watch 2 short excerpts from the movie Chaos and Creation. We will see Dali explain his ideas of transformation and surrealism.
This is good. Now, are you on tape? Are you on tape? All right, make a big eye. Set a ground eye. Bon. Negative. Reverse. Reverse. Don't make it smaller. Tenez-le. Positive. 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 Bon. Good. Go away. Very. Daddy, don't you paint? Quoi? Don't you paint? Here.
No palette, no instrument.
The second excerpt presents Dali's ideas about surrealism and transformation once again even more clearly.
You like it a little clarification? Because
yes, I would like.
You like it again, the photograph of my A? No?
Oh,
yes, no, because you just catch in the barber shop.
Yes.
One piece of my lips in the floor of the San Regis is a marvelous, photograph of one Greek sculpture.
Yes.
And now like it very much, this is my mouth, you know?
Yes.
Voilà. This is visible, no? Voilà. Ça c'est ma moustache.
Yes. Oh, you're...
More black, si on avait ma plume. But anyway, this is my moustache. This is exactly my mouth. It's absolutely fantastic because catch this in the floor. No, can works is much better, you know, when people realize the truth of this image. Now, like the camera coming very close of this section. More, because this is the mouth of Dali. And now like it, push my teeth inside, you know, lay down.
You mean not teeth, but teeth?
Teeth, my teeth. And now somebody puts my teeth inside of this mouth. Black. This is very good.
You like teeth in that camera?
Yes, it was plenty of time. Can more quantity of, voila, attendez.
Good. Good, and that is...
One more there. Because this, voila. Now, this is my mouth. Like it now very much, the people in the control room put the teeth of Dali inside of this, you know? Ah.
Good, that is fine.
Good. Voilà, this is excellent. Il y a eu des moments très bons. Vous avez vu?
Right.
Ça va, excellent, sufficient. After cutting and everything is cutting.
Balada composed the music for Dali's film. Dali claimed that Balada composed a score inspired by one of his drawings. Dali wanted Balada to not only compose the music for his film, but to appear as part of the artistic settings as well. The film lacks dramatic continuity and any kind of topic or theme. It is just making statements without a clear logic between the acts. On the next excerpt we can see Maestro Balada and also hear his music for the film.
They can be produced by machines. Many paint splashes looked like music notes. We asked Maestro Leonardo Balada to play these splashes. He transposed them into musical notes.
And this is the beginning of one concrete opera of Dali.
After the release of Chaos in Creation, Balada asked Dali for a letter of recommendation. This is to certify that I consider the young composer Mr. Leonardo Balada to possess a remarkable talent. I believe his music contains a high degree of ripeness and originality. I had the opportunity to test his gift on the occasion of the filming of my motion picture Chaos and Creation in collaboration with Mr. Felipe Halsman, for which Mr. Balada composed the music. I have some plans for the future in which he will again create the music. One of them will be an opera, the outline of which already was determined and on which we will start working in the near future. Salvador Dali. I was looking for a chart in order to express surrealism in music according to the paranoia critical method of Salvador Dali, and this is the sound transformation. In chapter 10, this is explained in details with the theory analysis of the Capricious number 7, which is a brilliant example of surrealism in music. I don't understand why, when I ask for grilled lobster in a restaurant, I'm never served a cooked telephone. Quote by Salvador Dali, which once again express his ideas of transformation and surrealism. Now, let's enjoy a live performance of the second movement of Capricious number 7, which is a great example of sound transformation.